du da nochmal Tschüss sagen? Aber ich muss erstmal los.
Il biologhi maggiore positive.
Welcome back. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you very much.
Thank you so much.
Kann man stoßen.
Oder? Ach nein, doch. Ist das?
Ja, unangenehm, den Eingang zu benutzen. Anja, Mann, ist das? Im letzten Set steht alles Jahr.
Ja. Genau.
Die Schenkel.
Magst du mitmachen? Kommt jetzt doch.
Wenn sie eigentlich, wenn sie sich verstehen.
Na, da ist das.
Das Knie ja irgendwie für das Bein, oder? Wenn man festhält.
Ja, alles eng.
Hey, Dave's on the other side. He's going to meet him on the other side. Just go in. First, Dave's looking for the bucket.
Welcome back, hello.
Thanks.
Use this one, yeah?
Heike, fang. Genau. Und die Dinger sind echt fies, wenn man drauf fällt. Ich weiß wovon ich. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Guten Morgen.
Ich schon wieder. Du schon wieder. Für mich geht wieder nicht mehr.
Du bist den anderen nur um Platz zu bringen.
Hey, schlägst du den armen Kerl?
Seit 2 Jahren.
Hello, good morning. Just the events and take I think this might be
Oh, he also has so dry hands.
I know, it's terrible. No,
For sure, it's very good.
yeah, on World Camera, she poisoned my husband.
Air, it's
Yeah, on the dot, mate, all good, all good.
Morning again.
Good morning, how are you?
Excellent. Just in time delivery.
That was spot on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Germans got their mojo back.
we're ready.
Come back 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Who should we believe, Mr. Starmer? Rubio or Vance?
No problem, no problem. Thank you.
Nicht im Bild rumstehen. Wobei waren die 2%? Nee. Okay. Direkt nach den USA gehen aber wenn das
Entschuldigung, darf ich Sie bitten?
ja, ich bin jetzt
Aber schön, dich gesehen zu haben. Ich habe immer eine Handbreit Spaß unterm Flügel.
Ja. No, it's coming. Good morning, hello.
Morgen.
to the same place.
Nou, cazzo, ci siete, raga. Guten Morgen, gut geschlafen.
Morgen gut geschlafen, auch schon wach.
Haben Sie hier Zelensky gesehen? Ja?
Da kann man sich direkt im Auto die an. Zack rein. Die sind nicht so cool.
Ja, Sie haben sich vertan. Sie dürfen nicht.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Sorry?
Ich habe so bitte mit Boris zur Seite. Wo sind
Die
die?
sind gerade in Pause. Aber
Felix.
Sie können
Okay, der ist exzellent.
wollte Ihnen sagen, Sie
Okay, das kann ich verstehen. Wegen nächsten dritte Teil. Nee, dritte Teil.
Dritte Tasche?
Ja.
Nicht Deutsch, sondern
Nein, aber
ja wahrscheinlich mit dem Jetzt ist das ja unser.
Richtig was Arbeit.
Hier ist er. Hier. Geht's euch gut?
Ja, der Schicksal war
Das Problem war jetzt, fand ich, dass der Begleiter von denen, von der NSC.
Ja.
Der hat keine Weisung, das haben die uns gestern extra. Ja,
So, rather than pretending that we can simply replace all US capabilities, we should focus on diversifying and decreasing some dependencies. We should deliver generational investments that moves us from overdependence to interdependence. I'm talking about a vision of European security and greater European autonomy that does not herald US withdrawal, but answers the call for more burden sharing in full and remakes the ties that have served us so well. Because we know the value of what we have. The NATO alliance is a phenomenon in human history. It achieved something that leaders had been trying to do for centuries, from Westphalia to the Congress of Vienna to Versailles. After centuries of conflict, the founders of NATO finally united our continent in peace and security. Our militaries that once faced each other on the battlefield now stand side by side, pledged to each other's defence. It is the shield over our heads every single day. Now, while some on the extremes of our politics chip away at this alliance, we defend it. I am proud that my party fought for NATO's creation. What our then Foreign Secretary Ernie Bevan called a spiritual union of the West. And we've shown our fidelity to that ideal, asserting each other's sovereignty, as we did on Greenland, and crucially, coming to each other's aid under Article 5. We fought together in Afghanistan at terrible cost to many in my country and across many allied countries. And so I say to all NATO members, our commitment to Article 5 is as profound now as ever. And be in no doubt, if called on, the UK would come to your aid today. Now, Europe must not turn its back on this. Instead, we must move forward together to create a more European NATO. As I see it, Europe is a sleeping giant. Our economies dwarf Russia's more than 10 times over. We have huge defence capabilities. Yet, too often, this adds up to less than the sum of its parts. Fragmented industrial planning and procurement have led to gaps in some areas and massive duplication in others. Europe has over 20 types of frigate and 10 types of fighter jet. We have over 10 types of main battle tank, whilst the US has one. It's wildly inefficient, and it harms our collective security. Now, the US security umbrella has allowed these bad habits to develop, but now we must break them. And we have shown that we can coordinate to great effect, as Ursula has just set out, supporting Ukraine in a way that Putin never really imagined, creating the coalition of the willing, which now covers almost all of Europe, as well as Canada and our friends in the Asia-Pacific. And going further in our support, with the UK announcing over £500 million this week for more air defence for the Ukrainian people. To meet the wider threat, it is clear that we are going to have to spend more faster. And we've shown our collective intent in this regard as well, with the historic agreement to increase spending to 5% on security and defence. And we're prepared to explore innovative solutions. So we're stepping up work with like-minded allies on options for a collective approach to defence financing to help accelerate this vital investment. And as we increase spending, we must use it to its full potential. We must come together to integrate our capabilities, spending and procurement, and build a joint European defence industry. I welcome the steps that have been taken so far, which could allow us to participate in the £90 billion euro loan to Ukraine. I hope we can work together like this going forward. Because, look, the logic of defence is solidarity and collective effort, not market access. In a crisis, our citizens expect us to be ready. So we need to deliver a step change in collaboration. And I'm proud of the work we're already doing together, delivering cutting-edge drones with Ukraine, developing next-generation long-range missiles with Germany, Italy and France, working with our JEF allies to protect our northern flank, doubling our deployment of British commandos in the Arctic, taking control of NATO's Atlantic and Northern Command in Norfolk, Virginia, and transforming our Royal Navy by striking the biggest warship deal in British history with Norway. We're building a fleet of warships to hunt Russian submarines and protect undersea infrastructure. We want to replicate this level of collaboration with other allies across the High North and the Baltic. And I can announce today that the UK will deploy our carrier strike group to the North Atlantic and the High North this year, led by HMS Prince of Wales, operating alongside the US, Canada and other NATO allies, in a powerful show of our commitment to Euro-Atlantic security. That is also why we're enhancing our nuclear cooperation with France. For decades, the United Kingdom has been the only nuclear power in Europe to commit its deterrent to protect all NATO members. But now, any adversary must know that in a crisis, they could be confronted by our combined strength. It shows beyond doubt how vital it is that we work together. So we must also look at what more we can do with the EU. We must go beyond the historic steps that we took at last year's UK-EU summit to build the formidable productive power and innovative strength that we need. British companies already account for over a quarter of the continent's defence industrial base. They are job-creating, community-building machine, employing around 239,000 people across the United Kingdom, including in Wales, where this month we're launching the first of 5 regional defence growth deals. We want to bring our leadership in defence, tech and AI together with Europe to multiply our strengths and build a shared industrial base across our continent, which can turbocharge our defence production. And that requires leadership to drive greater coherence and coordination across Europe. That is what we're doing with Germany and France in the E3, working closely with EU partners, particularly Italy and Poland, as well as with Norway, Canada and Turkey. So my message today is the United Kingdom is ready. We see the imperative, we see the urgency. We want to work together to lead a generational shift in defence industrial cooperation. Now, this includes looking again at closer economic alignment. We are already aligned with the single market in some areas to drive down the prices of food and energy. We are trusted partners. And as the Chancellor of the Exchequer said this week, deeper economic integration is in all of our interests. So we must look at where we could move closer to the single market in other sectors as well, where that would work for both sides. The prize here is greater security, stronger growth for the United Kingdom and the EU, which will fuel increased defence spending, and the chance to place the UK at the centre of a wave of European industrial renewal. I understand the politics very well. It will mean trade-offs, but the status quo is not fit for purpose. And to me, there's no question where the national interest lies, and I will always fight for what's best for my country. I started today talking about avoiding the mistakes of the past, like delaying action or fragmenting our efforts. But there's something else. In the 1930s, leaders were too slow to level with the public about the fundamental shift in mindset that was required. So we must work harder today to build consent for the decisions we must take to keep us safe. Because if we don't, the peddlers of easy answers are ready on the extremes of left and right, and they will offer their solutions instead. It's striking that the different ends of the spectrum share so much. Soft on Russia, weak on NATO, if not outright opposed, and determined to sacrifice the relationship we need on the altar of their ideology. The future they offer is one of division and then capitulation. The lamps would go out across Europe once again. But we will not let that happen. If we believe in our values, in democracy, liberty, and the rule of law, this is the moment to stand up and to fight for them. That is why we must work together and show that by taking responsibility for our own security, we will help our people look forward, not with fear, but with determination and with hope. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Very clearly spelled. Prime Minister, President, welcome. Thank you for those addresses. Clearly a call to arms, and we can discuss a little bit. But first I want to ask you, there were a couple of applause lines for Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He said, it's neither our wish or our goal to destroy the transatlantic alliance. So I want to know whether you feel convinced by that, whether you feel that the feathers are being, unruffled after last year's broadside, which was exactly the opposite from the American Speaker, Vice President J.D. Vance.
So I was very much reassured by the speech of the Secretary of State. We know him. He's a good friend, a strong ally. Indeed, this was for me very reassuring to listen to him. We know that in the administration, some have a harsher tone on these topics, but the Secretary of State was very clear. He said, we want a strong Europe in the alliance. And this is what we are working for intensively in the European Union. We have to be an independent Europe, not a Europe that is leaning on someone, but a Europe that is going forward with friends and allies together, facing the challenges that are out there. And therefore, a strong Europe, I completely align with the Secretary of State where that is concerned, but we have to build it. We have to work for it, a strong and independent Europe, to be then a strong ally in NATO, because NATO is consistent then of our friends and allies indeed, but it was also your message. We want a strong Europe. And this is, I think, the message of today, which reflected and was echoed very much in the speech of the Secretary of State.
I thought the Secretary of State's speech was consistent with the argument that Ursula made in her remarks a moment ago and the argument I'm making. I think it's really clear, though, that we shouldn't get in the warm bath of complacency and think that, therefore, all we're really doing is reasserting the continuation of what we've had for the last 80 years. That would be a mistake, and it'd be a particular mistake for Europe, because my strong view is that Europe hasn't done enough in its own defence and security for many years. And the conflict in Ukraine has flushed that out, shown it to be the reality. And it falls to us as leaders to recognise that, to change and strengthen Europe, which is what I'm arguing for, what Ursula is arguing for, and not just say that, but follow it with actions. And Ursula's taken the lead on this in the work that she's done, particularly on the funding of the defence work that needs to be done. Because we will only be able to preserve NATO in the way it is needed for the next 80 years if we change and strengthen the European dimension. That is something which a number of American presidents have said for some time. I believe to be true, and I think we've got to seize this movement to move forward, not to pull apart the transatlantic relationship, but to make sure it works in the circumstances and the times that we face.
Now, I know you want to embrace the United States. You talked about not overly depending, but not also rejecting the US. But you know that the Munich Security Conference doctrine, before this conference began, talked about an era of demolition politics, demolition men, the politics of destruction, etc., including referencing the President of the United States. A very key American, former Republican, he calls himself, analyst has said that America is, under Trump, is playing a role of a hostile and probably, possibly predatory power as well. So Europe is caught between a predatory Russia and a potentially predatory United States. Have you internalized that? And is that where you are right now in terms of these fighting words that you've just delivered about pretty much total independence? Do you believe that you are between two predatory powers?
There are more threats. First of all, I would never align Russia with the United States, completely different theaters. But
these were not my words, these were an analyst.
Yeah, okay. So I would not at all confer with this analyst that there's any equidistance between Russia and the United States, very clearly. But of course, the European Union is challenged with superpowers that are outreaching much more than they used to, and many other threats. And Russia is a real threat to us, without any question. So this is the reason why we have to strengthen our own defense posture, why we have to look into the possibilities that we have, for example, with the Article 42.7, while we have to develop our defense industrial base. So independence is action also to be stronger. This also is on the economic side very clearly diversifying with like-minded partners. The trade agreement we did with India, the trade agreement we have with Mercosur, so the Latin American countries, Mexico, all this is within a strategy to be more independent, more stronger. And independent means to stand up, develop your own strength, be clear with your own weaknesses. Don't look at others to compensate for your own weaknesses. No, be strong. Stand up and develop your own strength, and be open to the world and connect with like-minded partners. And of course, a friend and like-minded partner always has been and is the UK on our continent.
So, Prime Minister, you laid out how Britain has come to the defence and to the joint military action with its allies for a long, long time. But the current Secretary-General of NATO, after Trump's Davos speech, actually after Prime Minister Carney's speech, which talked about a rupture, he said, if you all are thinking that you can do what you have to do without the United States, then dream on. It's not going to happen. So how long do you think it'll take to get to this posture that you both say you need to get to?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that we're not looking at a future that tears us apart from the Euro-Atlantic alliance that we have. NATO has been the single most effective and successful military alliance the world has ever known, and we should never move away from it. I often and always base my thinking on what is the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground, so far as the UK is concerned, is we are working with the US on defence, security and intelligence 24/7, every single day. So that is the reality of what is happening, and that is as tight now as it's ever been. And I see no sign of that weakening, nor should it, because that's in the interests of the United Kingdom and the interests of Europe and globally. And that goes into defence, security, intelligence, obviously nuclear capability as well. And therefore, I'm often urged back in my own parliament that we should walk away from what we've got, and I reject that. But I think simply sitting where we are isn't good enough, and therefore the change does need to come. That needs Europe to be stronger, to be working more closely together, and that's why I said what I said about the UK-EU relationship. We're 10 years on from Brexit. We are not the Britain of the Brexit years. We're a Britain that wants to work with the EU even more closely in light of the challenge that we face here 10 years on. That will take time. We are working together. We had a very good UK-EU summit last year. We will have another one this year where we can make further steps forward. But this is of some urgency because I think that on defence and security, until the Ukraine conflict, we didn't really wake up to the reality that we're facing.
And I actually do obviously want to dig into Ukraine because you raised it very clearly towards the beginning of your speech. But you also said, and I want to get to the bottom of this, that some red lines have been crossed and they cannot be uncrossed. You were talking about the United States in your speech, I think. What red lines are you talking about? Because there is a massive deficit of trust between many people in the alliance and certainly leaders who are now having to do what you're doing, workarounds, de-risking, decoupling, whatever you might want to call it, independence. What red lines have been crossed that cannot be uncrossed?
So, for example, I want to be very clear, our digital sovereignty is our digital sovereignty. Very clear on that one. And we have a long tradition in freedom of speech. Actually, the Enlightenment started on our continent. And we are very clear with digital sovereignty also that what is forbidden offline is forbidden online. And we will not flinch what that is concerned. We will be very steadfast to pursue this very clear demand for us. But if I may also look at the quote of the Secretary General of NATO, dream on. I would like to tell him, my dear friend, no, my dear friend, there's not only status quo goes on, or division and disruption. There is a lot in between. And status quo is not satisfactory, neither for us, nor for the United States. So there is much more in between, and an independent Europe just means let's develop our strength without constantly leaning on someone else, and then being strong, moving forward and facing the challenges the world is offering to us. This is what I want to tell my friend Mark Rutte.
Prime Minister, in terms of, President von der Leyen talked about the digital space. That is a red line that cannot be, messed around with. What about the violating international borders space? Do you believe the US threat to Greenland is over? That was a red line for you. It all seemed to stiffen all of your collective spines and you got kind of moving on it. Do you think the threat is over?
Well, I think that, firstly, I'm very pleased that that is now in a process of dialogue, which is where it should have been. The security in the Arctic is really important for all of us, and we need to do more. That's why I announced what I announced about the Carrier Strike Group. I thought that those weeks of Greenland were quite instructive because we had, certainly from the British point of view, the usual mix of common sense, pragmatism, but sticking to our values and principles. And across Europe, we stuck to those values and principles about sovereignty and why sovereignty matters. And it was a period in which there was intense collaboration and discussion amongst European leaders as to how we would approach the issue. And I was very pleased that we did it in the way that we did, as I say, a mix, as ever, with the Brits of pragmatism and common sense, but with saying these are the lines, these are our principles, these are our values, and that requires us to be absolutely clear about the question of sovereignty. And now it is in a process of discussion and dialogue focused, in my view, where it should be, which is on security in the Arctic, which is a pressing issue and an issue where we all need to do more.
About Ukraine, because, again, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, barely mentioned it except for an elusive peace, he said those words. Now, President Trump has said in his latest comments that Ukraine, President Zelensky needs to get onto it because Russia wants a deal, these are his words, and President Zelensky needs to get onto it right now, otherwise he's going to miss a great opportunity. Secretary Rubio did not go to your meeting, your leaders' meeting with President Zelensky last night. Where do you think this all stands? Where do the negotiations stand? Is it Zelensky who needs to be pressured?
So I think it's extremely important that we do not buy in the Russian narrative. And this has been out too much there. I mean, if we look at the strategic goals and the military goals of Putin, it's a huge failure. He wanted to Russify Ukraine. Ukraine has become European. He wanted to stop NATO. NATO has gotten bigger with Sweden and Finland. He wanted to occupy Ukraine within days or weeks. Well, now we are unfortunately in the 4th year of the war. And I think it is so important that we, on our side, tell the truth, what is going on in Russia, with a war economy, with skyrocketing interest rates and inflation, completely isolated. And now this is a war of attrition. And in this war of attrition, it is of utmost importance that we push forward the negotiations and put pressure on Putin that he finally comes to the negotiation table. And therefore it was so valuable that we have developed together the security guarantees, the prosperity paper, and are discussing the 20-point plan, because it is of utmost importance that Ukraine, the European Union, and the United States are on one side of the page, that we are very clear what our standpoint is. This has very much matured, and now it's a matter of putting pressure on Putin that he comes. He avoids, of course, the negotiation table because he does not want to sit down to have peace, which is absolutely abhorrent. So therefore, the pressure we put on him, and the economy is at the limit, is the one way really to make progress in getting to the negotiation table to peace talks.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's very important. In 10 days is the 4-year anniversary of the beginning of the conflict. And it is therefore important to remind ourselves who the aggressor is. The aggressor is Russia. And the quickest way for this conflict to end is for Russia to stop its aggression. And therefore, we're not dealing with two equal parties. There's an aggressor, which is Russia, and there is Ukraine, which has been subject to attack and killing and bombing and taken a huge, or paid a huge price. I agree with Ursula that actually, if you look at the situation on the ground, it was a huge strategic error for Putin. He thought he would take Ukraine in a matter of weeks. And here we are 4 years later. And he has by no means achieved his end, and he has had the opposite effect. The NATO summit last year was the biggest and the strongest with the greatest resolve for many, many years. So NATO is stronger. Russia's lost, as I mentioned a moment ago, 1 million lives to this conflict. In January this year, I think I'm right in saying 30,000 died on the front line. That is why we're all working for a just and lasting peace. But it will only be just and lasting if the security guarantees, because we've had a cessation of hostilities before, but without anything sitting behind it. And one thing we know about Putin, if nothing sits behind it, he'll go again. which is why we set up the coalition, the willing to work on security guarantees. I'm really pleased we're working with the US on that. Actually, another example, whatever words are used by different individuals in different parts of the globe, the practical reality is we're working with the Americans on the security guarantees, and we're more advanced now than we were 3 months ago. And I'm really pleased that we're in a better position.
So I need to ask you a political question because a lot of people at home are interested. You've just spoken about the amount of money that needs to be spent on the Ukraine defense, on Britain, on Europe. That takes politics and convincing. I want to ask you, do you think you narrowly just miss being toppled? Do you think that what's happening in the politics at home is distracting you and perhaps making you vulnerable to a Brexit follow, the Reform Party or even maybe the Conservatives who might not want to pursue the kind of politics that you want to pursue?
No, I reject that. I ended the week much stronger than I started it, and that's a very good place to be. And my party and my government is completely united on the question of Ukraine and defence and security and the need for stronger relations with Europe on defence, on security and on economy as well. And so I think that there is real strength in the position I've now set out. I think the whole of the government is united behind that. I think actually it unites across the House of Commons. Not everybody, I accept. Reform have a different agenda. They're pro-Putin. We know where they stand. Imagine if they were in government in the United Kingdom. The coalition of the willing could not exist with UK participation in it. We would not be seen as a leader on the European or international stage. We would be seen as a country that people couldn't do business with. So it's not universal across our parliament, but there's a very strong feeling amongst right-minded politicians that we stick together on Ukraine. When I was in opposition, we supported the then government, a Conservative government on Ukraine because it was the right thing to do for the values that we uphold. And I'm pleased to say that the Conservative opposition, as it now is, supports the government when it comes to Ukraine because, again, we share the values that underpin it. So for all of the divisions that you have to get in politics, there are some real clarity and some real certainty on these key issues.
Prime Minister Starmer, President von der Leyen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the conference hall will continue at 11:45 with the session Coalition of the Able, Securing Long-Term Support for Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back in the main conference hall at 11:45. Until then, enjoy your coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, the main program will continue at 11:45 in the main conference hall. That means we have about 18 minutes left for your coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you at 11:45 in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue shortly with a program in the main conference hall. Please make your way into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue shortly in the main conference hall with our program. Please make your way to the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue in 5 minutes in the conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes left for your coffees. Please start making your way back into the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. We'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, coffee break is over. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. We'll continue with the program in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. We'll soon be closing the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats now. We'll continue with the program in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Dear friends, thank you for your attention to Ukrainian people, and for supporting our independence and our Ukrainians. And I want to especially thank those who stand with us, not only in words or not only in emotions, not only in the hope for more security, but in real action, in real work, in concrete help, like Germany, like Mark, like Ursula, Antonio, Roberta, and all our friends from the United States and all our European friends. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you. And if you are a European leader and you meet Mark Rutte, you will definitely hear the word pearl. And not just once, and very serious things, really. He starts and ends every conversation with a call to support Pearl. And he's right to do so. Thank you, Mark. Pearl is a program that allows us to buy Patriot missiles in the United States and other weapons that protect Ukrainians from Russian attacks, of course. Most of the air defense missiles that can stop Russian ballistic missiles come to us thanks to Pearl. And Pearl exists because of Europe, it's true. Europe is paying for our ability to stop ballistic attacks. Thanks everyone who helps us. Thank you. And honestly, one of the worst things a leader can hear in wartime is a report from the Air Force commander saying the air defense units are empty. empty, and they used their missiles to stop Russian strikes, and there was no resupply, and intelligence says a new massive attack may come in a day or two. Sometimes we manage to deliver new missiles for our Patriots or NASAMS just before an attack, and sometimes at the very last moment. And I want to especially thank Germany, Norway, Netherlands for their strong leadership in Europe in giving us air defense systems. Thank you very much. These systems save our lives. And thanks to every European leader who invests in Pearl and in other joint defense programs. And I'm proud of our soldiers who repel Russian attacks and of our logistic teams who have kept this system working for 4 years. And I'm proud of our nation. And it is the courage and resilience of Ukrainians that make the defense, that make the difference. And our people deserve gratitude, they deserve respect. Thank you so much. 4 years of full-scale war. Today I want to show you what that really means. And I want you to ask yourselves, are you ready not only for the challenges that Russian aggression brings, the challenges of modern war, but also for the constant effort to convince the world to fight for support, to defend your country's interests every single day, as Ukraine must do. The world is built on interests, and you have to work tirelessly to align interests and help partners see what this brings. And when you see what is coming, we will be able to convince those in power to act preventively, to stop the evil before it destroys everything. Right now you can see a visualization of one of Russia's attacks. Many of you were already here in Munich when this strike took place. Russia launched 24 ballistic missiles, 1 air-launched guided missile, and 200, can you imagine, 219 attack drones against our cities, Kyiv, Dnipro, Odessa. Just one attack, just one night. Our air defense used the missile that arrived from our partners just a few days earlier. They came on Sunday, it's true, and on Thursday night, the missiles were already protecting our skies. And that is just one night, but Russian attacks happen almost every night in Ukraine, and at least once a week, massive strikes. Still, Ukraine has endured 1,451 days of full-scale war, longer than anyone predicted. And I want you to understand the real scale of these attacks on Ukraine. As you can see, in just 1 month, this January, we had, you see it, we had to defend against 6,000 attack drones. Most of them were Shahid drones, and 150 plus Russian missiles of different types, and more than 5,000 glide bombs. And it's like these every month. Imagine this over your own city, shattered streets, destroyed homes, schools built underground. And this is daily life in Ukraine because of course, because of Russia, for 4 long years. Russia uses many ballistic missiles and carries out combined attacks. Most of the strikes target our power plants and other critical infrastructure. And there is not a single power plant left in Ukraine that has not been damaged by Russian attacks. Not one. But we still generate electricity. Thanks to our people. And we have kept our system running thanks to physical protection of the facilities and thanks to everyone who helps us with air defense. Just as important, Ukraine still has power because of our people, thousands of workers who serve millions. And when I see our energy workers, our repair crews, rescue teams, I see something that is often missing in politics. Through dedication, the ability to work at 100%, to act immediately in a real emergency, not in a month, not in a year or two, but they save lives here. They save lives now. All these years. And many politicians could learn and must, I think, must learn from ordinary rescuers, from ordinary repair crews, from ordinary electricians to act, how to act immediately. During this war, thank you. During this war, weapons evolve faster than political decisions meant to stop them. When the Iranian regime first gave Russia the Shahid drones, they were simple weapons. They could be shut down easily. Now the Shahid is different. It has a jet engine. It can fly at different altitudes. It can be guided by an operator in real time. And it can use Starlink to reach its target. It can even carry other drones, acting as the, how we say, mother drone for FPVs. War reveals forms of evil we did not expect. And the longer a war continues, the more resources the aggressor receives. The more dangerous the consequences becomes, the more dangerous the evolution of weapons and of war itself, and the evolution of Putin. And I remember how the full-scale war was seen in the first year. And we were told that support would continue, but not at the scale and speed needed for Ukraine to win, it's true, or for Russia to lose. And what did that mean? It meant time. The idea was that America could manage the pace of the war and the risk of escalation to reach a point where Russia would no longer be able to attack, and Ukraine would agree not to return its occupied territories. Bob Woodward wrote about this approach of the previous US administration in his book, War. And he described how US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said, "We own the clock." And Austin had told Jake Sullivan numerous times, we own the clock. And Woodward writes that Sullivan was constantly learning from him. And of course, we are grateful for all the supplies we received. But you saw how it was, how long we had to push, to be allowed to get stronger and stronger weapons. Months for HIMARS, months for tanks, years for aircraft. Everything took time. This did not make the situation easier for anyone, because in war, the war itself owns time. And it uses the time against people, of course. That is why not a single day, not a single opportunity to protect life can be wasted. Everyone who seeks security and peace must understand this. Every day matters. And I'm grateful to every American heart that was helping us no matter what. Thank you. Without you, Americans, Europeans, and everyone who stands with us, it would have been very, very difficult to hold on. Thank you very much. Right now, on the streets of Munich and other cities, people are calling for support for freedom in Iran. We saw it. And Ukraine does not share a border with Iran. And we have never had a conflict of interests with the Iranian regime. But the Iranian Shahid drones they sold to Russia are killing especially our people, Ukrainians, and destroying our infrastructure. The Iranian regime has already done and can still do more harm than many other regimes could do in the century. And yet, this regime still exists. And it hopes to survive everything, even this crisis. Today, the people of Iran expect from the world what we in Ukraine needed on February 24th, when the Russian invasion began: unity, determination, and speed. Of course, speed. Speed in support. And regimes like the one in Iran must not be given time. When they have time, they only kill more. They must be stopped immediately. And this is exactly what should have happened with the Ayatollah after all the wars his regime unleashed and all the lives it took. And with Putin as well, after the war in Georgia, after Syria, after 2014 and the occupation of Crimea. But even in these conditions, when we cannot know how long this war will last, we do everything to keep life going. And today, Ukraine has more experience than anyone in the world in defending against all types of drones. Every night we face fewer than 100 Shahed drones. Some nights there are 400 or even 500 attack drones. And Ukrainians shut down almost 90, can you imagine? 90% of them. But still not 100. And we are doing everything to increase that rate. Among other tools, we use different types of interceptors. And what you see now are real videos of those interceptors, by the way. Together with our partners, we are producing more and more of them each day. And we will reach the point where we produce enough to make Shahed drones meaningless for Russia. But the key words here are together with partners. And there is no country in Europe that could rely only on its own technology and money to defend itself. In a full-scale war, no one would stand alone. That is why, while we invest in interceptors and protection, Russia invests in breaking unity between all of us. Our unity with you, unity in Europe, unity in the Euro-Atlantic community. They want to break it. Why? Because our unity is the best interceptor against Russia's aggressive plans. The best one. And we still have it. And I want to thank you, each of you who keeps unity alive and makes it stronger. Our unity is what protects us. Hundreds of production sites are already operating in Ukraine and in partner countries. And we have the Danish model. Thanks, Meta, your team, your people, investing in weapons production in Ukraine. We have joint drone production here in Germany. And it officially started yesterday, thanks to everybody and to Friedrich. And we have the joint artillery initiative with Czechia. I see Peter, hi. Thank you so much. And we are doing a lot together with the Nordic countries, with the UK and France, Netherlands, Italy and Poland and the United States, Canada and Turkey. There are important changes in Japan thanks to Prime Minister, government, and we all value that Japan stands with us in the coalition of the willings. And there are strong decisions from Europe, including 90 billion euros for 2 years for us. Thank you so much. And this is a serious guarantee of Ukraine's financial stability. And thank you for every strong decision for all our joint work. But let's not close our eyes to the problem. And Russia still has accomplices, regimes like North Korea and companies across the globe, many of them from China, that bypass sanctions and provide components for Russian weapons, Russian missiles. On top of that, Putin still has guarantees of financial stability. A large part of those guarantees lies here in European seas. I mean, Russian oil tankers still move freely along Europe's shores, in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in the Mediterranean. In total, Russia still uses more than 1,000 tankers. Each of them is, in fact, a floating wallet for the Kremlin. And I recently discussed this with President Macron, with President von der Leyen, and with other leaders, and thanked them for their willingness to fix this. We spoke about updating European legislation so that Russian tankers can not only be detained, but blocked. This is important, to block all these tankers, and they are all confiscated, the way the United States acts against shadowless tankers near its own shores. And it works, really. Without all money, Putin would not have money for this war. Let's make it possible. And now I want to speak about the cost of war on the ground. What does 1 month of war mean for Putin? Just in December, our forces eliminated 35,000 occupying soldiers, killed and badly wounded. In January, there were fewer Russian assaults, and as a result, Russia's losses were about 30,000 killed and badly wounded. There is even a clear price Russia pays for every kilometer of occupied Ukrainian land. On the Donetsk front, it's one of the most intense areas, and everybody knows about it. The price Russia pays for 1 kilometer now is 156 soldiers. Putin is not concerned about this now, but there is a level at which he will start to care, I'm sure. Every month, Russia mobilizes about 40,000 people, a little bit more, 42, 43, sometimes. Not all of them reach the front lines. So overall, the size of the Russian contingent in Ukraine is not growing this year. For our army, the mission is clear: to destroy more Russian occupiers, because they are occupiers. And the goal is specific, at least 50,000 per month. Even for Russia, that would be serious, I'm sure. And it would affect Putin's decisions, because we are speaking mainly about frontline troops, those leading the assaults and attacks. Mr. Ischinger said in an interview before this conference that as long as Ukraine is defending Europe, the danger is not so great. And if we speak plainly and maybe a bit cynically, that is more or less the situation today. But look at the price. Look at the price. Look at the pain Ukraine has gone through. Look at the suffering Ukraine has faced. It's Ukrainians who are holding the European front. Behind our people stand an independent Poland and the free Baltic states. There can be a sovereign Moldova and a Romania without dictatorship, and even one victor can think about how to grow his belly, not how to grow his army to stop Russian tanks from returning to the streets of Budapest. But none of our people choose to be such heroes. Ukraine did not choose this war. And it's wrong to assume that this is a permanent arrangement that others can stay safe behind Ukraine backs forever. Ukrainians are people, not terminators. Our people are dying too. That is why we are doing everything to stop this war and to guarantee security. But the problem is this: Putin is no longer interested in anything else. Putin does not live like ordinary people. He doesn't walk the streets. You will not see him in a cafe. His grandchildren do not go to the normal kindergartens in their hometown. He cannot imagine life without power or after power. Normal things do not interest him. Putin consults more with Tsar Peter and Empress Catherine about territorial gains than with any living person about real life. Can you imagine Putin without war? Be honest. Right now, his focus is on Ukraine, and no one in Ukraine believes he will ever let our people go. But he will not let other European nations go either, because he cannot let go of the very idea of war. He may see himself as a Tsar, but in reality, he is a slave to war. And if he lives another 10 years, we can understand it can be, war can return or expand. That is why we say there must be real security guarantees for Ukraine and for Europe, strong security guarantees. And we know clearly what those guarantees must include. And we have strong agreements ready to sign with the United States and with Europe. We think that the agreement on security guarantees should come before any agreement to end the war. Those guarantees answer the main question, how long there will be no war again. And we hope President Trump hears us. We hope the Congress hears us. We hope American people hear us. And we are grateful for all the real help. Thank you. We are doing everything, truly everything, to end this war, and this war can end and security can be guaranteed. Before the invasion began, we told the world, act now, please act preventively so the invasion does not happen. And I sent our commander-in-chief, at that time it was General Zaluzhny, to speak with the American side and to explain what Ukraine needed to defend itself. And I said, tell them we need javelins, stingers, and real weapons, something real to stop the Russian army, so they see we are not standing with bare hands. It was very important, but the most practical advice General Milley could give Ukraine at that time was simply dig trenches. And that is the answer my commander-in-chief brought back. Just imagine hundreds of thousands of Russian troops on your borders, massive military equipment, and all you hear is dig trenches. So if Russian troops enter Lithuania, God bless, no, just like example, if, or another country on NATO's eastern flank, what will the allies hear then? Will they hear that help is on the way? Hope so. Or will they hear dig trenches? Or something else? We must have the ability to give a strong response to that threat. And that is why we are talking about a joint European defense policy. That is why we need American backstop. That is why Europe needs Ukraine. The Ukrainian army is the strongest army in Europe. Thanks to our heroes. And it's simply, I think it's simply not smart to keep this army outside NATO. But at the very least, let that be your, friends, your decision, not Putin's decision, please. And today, among the things that unite Europe most strongly, there is also fear. Not fear that Ukraine might one day join NATO, but fear about whether NATO will even exist. But we support NATO and hope that NATO will be each day stronger and stronger. God bless. And right now, much of our cooperation with Europe and with other NATO partners and cooperation inside the alliance, including the historic decision to move toward 5% of GDP on defense, is a response to that fear. I think it's a correction of past mistakes, and it is an investment in the future, security, and it is a guarantee that NATO will not only exist, but will act if, God forbid, it's ever needed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, more and more often now many former officials from different countries say they warned about this war and that they said the invasion would happen. They remember what they said, and in most cases they greatly improved their own story, but none of them can say what they actually did, what they did to prevent the invasion. All these stories are about one thing, just one thing: shifting responsibility away from themselves. And what did Russia see in 2021? Putin sat as an equal with the President of the United States in Geneva. And he felt he could reshape Europe and the world, at least. And there were no preventive sanctions against Russia, and there were no serious defense packages to show that we could stand up to Russia. Look now, our great guy, our athlete, Vladislav Graskevich. And he was disqualified at the Olympics simply for the intention to wear a helmet showing the faces of athletes killed by Russia in this war. And he was disqualified for the intention. When in 2021 we clearly saw Putin's intent and asked for preventive sanctions to stop the invasion, we were told, first, there must be a crime, and only then can there be punishment. And Kamala Harris, I remember, said this, but with Russia, you cannot leave a single loophole Russians can use to start a war. As they say in Russia, first, get into the fight, and then we'll see what happens. That is how they do everything. That is how they start wars. And that is how they conduct negotiations, not to end the war, but to avoid ending it, and just to buy time. As people now look back at the time before the Russian invasion, what will be said about this moment 4 years from now? And will some of today's powerful leaders look for ways to avoid responsibility and to justify themselves? There were different options before the invasion. There are options now. I think so. And when we say that Russia must not be rewarded for this war, we are saying the same thing we said before the invasion. Russia must not be given hope that it can get away with this crime. Everyone must respond already at the stage of intent, the intent to kill, the temptation to continue aggression. Please remember the moment when Russia began to take diplomacy most seriously during these 4 years. It was when our deep strikes against Russian oil refineries began to work, and when everyone started talking about tomahawks. That shows exactly how to deal with Russia and what Russia actually hears. It hears strength. The stronger we are, the more realistic peace becomes. A lot of time now is spent on negotiations. We truly hope that the trilateral meetings next week will be serious, substantive, helpful for all of us. But honestly, sometimes it feels like the sides are talking about completely different things. The Russians often speak about some spirit of encourage, and we can only guess what they really mean. The Americans often return to the topic of concessions, and too often those concessions are discussed in the context only of Ukraine. not Russia. Europe is practically not present at the table. It's a big mistake to my mind. And it is, I think we Ukrainians who are trying to bring Europe fully into the process so that Europe's interests and voice are taken into account. This is very important. And Ukraine keeps returning to one simple point. Peace can only be built on clear security guarantees. Where there is no clear security system, war always returns. Ukraine will do everything, truly everything, to make these negotiations successful. We have invested in this process, and we are in constant contact with Steve Witkoff, with Jared Kushner, and with everyone President Trump appoints. Today, we are meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Ukraine wants the result of all these efforts to be real security and real peace. Real peace. Not what came out of Geneva in 2021, not what the Russians hope for from this so-called spirit of anchorage. And it seems Putin hopes to repeat Munich, and not Munich 2007, when they only spoke about dividing Europe, but Munich 1938, when previous Putin began dividing Europe in reality. It would be an illusion to believe that this war can now be reliably ended by dividing Ukraine, just as it was an illusion to believe that sacrificing Czechoslovakia would save Europe from a great war. And when people ask today what the price of a deal could be, our answer is simple. The main thing is that in 4 years, the civilized world is not forced to justify itself again, to shift the responsibility, and not forced again to look for someone else to blame. Dear friends, Ukraine is ready for a deal that brings real peace to us, to Ukraine, to Europe. And I'm confident that this war can be ended, and ended with dignity. This is the most important for us, with dignity. And we have given our partners everything we believe such a deal must include. And we are ready to invest in common security, everything we have learned while defending ourselves during these years of this war. And we can clearly answer most of the security questions that were raised at the conference yesterday and that will be raised today. And right now, as we work together to protect lives in Ukraine, we are building a new system, a new security, a new response architecture, new approaches to protect lives in any European country when needed. Our wall of drones is your wall of drones. Our expertise in drones is a part of your security. Our ability to stop assaults and Russian sabotage can also be part of your defense. Europe needs a real common defense policy, just as it already has so much in common in the economy, in law, and in social policy. Please pay attention to Ukraine. And if exactly that had happened earlier, this war would not have begun. Thank you. Slava Ukraini! Thank you. Thank you. Дякую. Дякую. Hi. Good to see you.
Just getting a chair, Senator. It's coming. Right behind you. Well, that was incredibly rousing stuff. We have spoken at this conference for the last 4 years. And I just wanted to point out before we start the conversation that your Nobel laureate and human rights activist has pointed out that in the year of the Trump administration so-called peace negotiations, more people have been killed and injured on both sides than in any other previous year, and certainly more civilians, particularly, obviously, in Ukraine. So I guess I want to ask you, Mr. President, and of course you will be speaking in your brilliant English, right, as ever? Yes, 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 English, as always. Can I just ask you, what do you need right now? I'm really conscious of the time and owning time issue that you've talked about, but if you were to put out a wish list or a shopping list right now, is it mostly anti-aircraft and missiles to protect your skies? What do you need right now?
Thank you so much. I will use my brilliant
You
English.
will. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, thank you very much for this conversation. Let's look at priorities. All our challenges are, first, energy challenge. We need missiles for Patriot systems, first of all for Patriots. Also, we spoke yesterday with our Norway partners, Americans, and also with Germany, so we need also missiles for NASAMS and for IRIS-T systems. This is crucial. This is number one, what we need, missiles, and as quick as possible. I'm very thankful for possibility, Mark, for you, and thanks you, and not only Pearl, we're thankful for Rammstein. I think that it was positive. I will tell you successful when missiles will come to Ukraine. Yeah, so I hope that it will be successful. And it was very difficult, and Germany helped very much. And Minister Pistorius, I don't know where is he. I think he works. Yes, and on this plan, hope so. Yeah, to bring more missiles to us. So this is about energy. We spoke yesterday with our Berlin's group, how we call it, because we had successful meeting yesterday with all the partners, and I think the idea before 24th to strengthen Ukraine as much as possible with energy supplies will be a plan of energy support, plan of missiles. This is important. Then it's Pearl. Mark is sitting here. Now, then I see Roberta, so we need membership in EU. You said wish list.
And then membership in NATO? I understand.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, let me ask...
And we need security guarantees,
yes.
which been
voted
in
a second.
Yeah.
Secretary General, what can... Really, you only have one mic? What can President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people, and as he said, Europe, expect right now for the defense of that land and your land? What can they get right now?
Can I, before I answer the question, just share with you two things I saw myself last week in Kiev. I was with a small team of colleagues from NATO. First of all, I saw, and you saw one of the pictures here, of the impact of 5 missiles taking out one of these huge heating plants. And we do not always realize in this part of Europe that when it comes to Kiev and the big cities, they are heated centrally. So what the Russians did with 5 missiles, take out this heating plant, responsible for heating the homes of 250,000 people. That plant will be down at least for 2 months. That means that these people, and it was minus 25 degrees last week in Kiev during night and minus 15 degrees during day, that they are living in those conditions. When you speak with the people, they are telling me, hey, keep on supporting us. We will not give in. It only makes them almost stronger, despite the terrible difficulty they are facing. Then I was the next day in Chernihiv. And Chernihiv was occupied for 4 to 6 weeks, directly after February 22. And I spoke with people who were kept in the basement of a school, the size of the first 3 rows of this room, 150 people. There were only chairs they could sit on. 10 people died in that room. They were not able to bury them. This is the Russians. This is the lack of decency, of humanity. For 6 weeks, these people were kept there. I looked in the eyes of these 2 people who showed me around there. They told me, we are resilient. We will never give in, but tell this story to other people, what the Russians did here. And others of us have been in Bucha and other places around Kiev. This was in Chernihiv, about 2 hours drive from Kiev. And then I met Patron. And Patron is a doc. And the doc is responsible, and he is a sort of hero of Ukraine now, because he sniffs when people are taking rubble away and there is a risk of new explosions coming up. And he is excellent at this. And I agree with you. The untold story of this war is the heroes from the firefighters, from the ambulance services, from all these people. Of course, the soldiers. They're amazing. But sometimes we forget about the police and the firefighters and all the other civilian people who are helping to take out this rebel, etc. And this dog, I even looked the dog in the eye and he told me, we will never give in.
What did you tell the dog
true.
that you were going to give Ukraine now?
And here is the story. For Ukraine to stay strong in this fight, one, we have to realize the Russians are not winning this. As you said, they lost 65,000 people in December and in January. They are not winning this. They make very small gains in Donetsk and other places, so small that it's almost not relevant. But they lose all these people. If there is a dictator in Moscow willing to do that, we are really working with somebody who is willing to do that, to get so many of his own people killed in that war. We have to take that seriously. Because this is crazy behavior at every level. So what we need to do here in this room, in all our positions, the politicians and everybody who can influence this, is to make sure that these people who are staunch, who are defending themselves, who will never give up, that they have the offensive stuff they need, so that is all the missiles, etc., to hit whatever they need to hit in Russia, and of course the ammunition, but particularly also to take out the missiles coming into Ukraine. Because this is not hitting the front line. This is hitting the cities, the innocent civilians, the civilian infrastructure, only to create chaos and panic so that the soldiers on the front line are thinking of their families back in Kiev, thinking, oh, maybe we should go back to Kiev because my family is now living in terrible conditions. This is the only reason to do that. And we have that. The US is still supplying massive amounts of this stuff into Ukraine. This is the Pearl program paid for by Canada and European allies. That will cost this year $15 billion, 12 billion euros. It's crucial that that money is there. And then, of course, the Europeans and the Canadians doing all the bilateral stuff. And please use what SACEUR, the Supreme Allied Commander, has drawn up together with the Ukrainians, the list of stuff they need. Don't give bilateral stuff outside that list because it is nice. It gives you nice pictures and photographs in the newspapers. But we know exactly what they need. We have, thanks to Jens, this whole structure was set up under his Secretary Generalship, Wiesbaden, the command there, and it is working excellently. So please use that list, the comprehensive Ukraine requirement list, and then Pearl, which is all the stuff the US is supplying. We need to do this. Keep them strong in the fight. They will do it, but they need our support.
And the second part of that, the other side of that coin, is putting enough pain on Putin, as you have said and as others have said, to actually get serious about a serious negotiation.
And that's exactly what Rubio said today.
Right.
It is testing him. Is he serious, Putin, about all of this? And he is again sending this historian next week to the talks in Geneva. So he will again lecture the Ukrainians about how to rush from Sweden or whatever.
But in his speech, in his speech, he mentioned Ukraine only in passing, and the words were elusive peace. So we'll get to that in a minute. Roberta Metsola, for Europe, you saw a call to arms today from Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, from Prime Minister Starmer, really rebuilding Europe's military-industrial complex. What, though, can you do now? How come you haven't managed to get all those, the money of Russia that you could actually give to Ukraine, and most of the Europeans agree with it? Why can't you just get it done and put pressure on Putin, as President Zelensky says, and as it's patently clear that there is not enough pressure on Putin yet? He doesn't feel enough pain.
Well, on that we agree. Next week, I will sign a 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine, agreed in under 4 weeks, in an unprecedented speed. You might say it took us too long. We used to do things much slower before. But when push came to shove, we really put our money where our mouth is. And this is what we need to use as the strongest of message that when I first came to Ukraine, couple of weeks into the beginning of the war, Volodymyr, I told you that we would stand with you. And I preside over a parliament where the majorities are huge. And I want to say this because every second question, wherever we go, we're asked, but there's fatigue and people are looking away and you're losing your priorities on what you should do. My answer is, I was in the opening of the Winter Olympics 1 week ago, and the loudest cheer was for the Ukrainian delegation.
And that is what shows spontaneously that the people of Europe are with you. What have we done since the 24th of February 2022? So we have the immense increase in GDP expenditure on defense. That's also thanks to your leadership, Mark. Secondly, we have adopted an unprecedented number of sanctions in terms of packages. We're waiting for the 20th package now. We are working and agreed with Volodymyr when he talked about the next step on what we should do on the shadow fleet. We have 2 new members in NATO, and this is particularly personal for me because one of my sons is serving in the military of one of them. And that is what would never have been done if it were not for Ukrainians fighting for the freedom that we took for granted, that we looked away, that we took too long to respond to. But I would say that today we are there, we will be there, we need to take it to the next step. On enlargement, I can answer, I preside over a parliament massively in favor of that. This is a win-win, it's not about charity. We need Ukraine, and we need Ukraine to be part of the European family. And we can do much more, and we can do much, much, much more. And we are there for.
As President Zelensky pointed out, still Russian tankers are patrolling your waters with their
We have over 600
war
that
money.
have been detained, but we have to do much more.
Okay. Senator Wicker, senior senator, Republican senator. What more can the United States do? We've had a year of so-called negotiations in which every time we look around, it appears that President Trump puts more pressure on President Zelensky than on President Putin. There is a package of sanctions that's ready to go. I understand both houses of Congress.
That's right.
So
that's right. And that's the good news. And what we've just heard from Europe is very good news. What we need specifically is we need for the administration to unleash the Tomahawk missiles. And that's a message that will come from the Congress. It's the decision of the administration. But the very good news, in addition to the good news about messages of reassurance today, and the support that this room has shown, we will be able to vote in 2 weeks' time on sanctions. And what Ukraine really needs is for Russia to run out of oil. And if we pass meaningful, serious sanctions on the oil producers, on, say, the 8 refineries around the world that Russia depends on, that can bring a meaningful change in the negotiations. Some other good news. Public opinion in favor of Ukraine in the United States is growing. Public opinion among Republicans being polled is growing in the United States. And we're in a position with the sanctions bill, perhaps next week, for this to be a turning point.
Well, that is very interesting news for sure. President Zelensky, we were talking about security guarantees, all the things that you need in order to actually sign on to a peace process. I don't know what you make of President Trump's latest, in which I believe yesterday he said Zelensky is going to have to get moving. Russia wants to make a deal, and Zelensky is going to have to get moving. Otherwise, he's going to miss a great opportunity. He has to move. Are you, obviously, I mean, this is pressure. Are you feeling the pressure?
A little bit. I mean, that's, I understand signals of the president. Maybe it's preparing atmosphere before Switzerland meeting, trilateral meeting, and etc. So, not losing our dignity, we can move. We made a lot of compromises, speaking with Russians, beginning even with this. We have trilateral meetings. With all respect to the United States, they proposed us to have such meetings. I think it was a compromise from the side of Ukrainian people. The second point, we are ready to speak and continue. We are ready to speak about constant line. We are ready to speak about the stop on the contact line and then begin to talk. This is also a compromise because we are speaking about our territories, which are temporarily occupied, our people, which have been killed. So a lot of different compromises. Even when American side proposed a free economic zone, such propositions. What we said, look, it's our territory, it has to be our territory. And we can't just withdraw. There are 200,000 people, they are Ukrainians. It's our territory, we can't just run away. We didn't run away from the first day of this war. Why? We will do it today. But we are ready to speak about this free economic zone, maybe something, it can be something important for compromises to renovation of Ukraine and etc. But we are ready. They said, will you ready to do some steps? The question is what Russians are ready to do. We don't hear compromises from Russian side. We want to hear from them something. And I think this is important.
Before you carry on, can I just ask you about two press
Our
reports?
people under pressure, by the way,
Of
about the
course.
pressure. Our people, Ukrainians under
Of course,
pressure.
they're being killed. The FT reports that you are prepared to announce a plan for presidential elections and a referendum on a peace deal, that you're prepared to announce that even potentially by the end of this month. True or false?
Something new for me.
So you don't know?
It was new for me. Yes, I think I answered already on this question, but I can repeat. First of all, of course, nobody supports elections during the war. It's something strange. I said it about so many times. Then I said, if American side will push this signal, I'm ready to show that we are ready for this. Okay, give us, I'm very honest, give us 2 months of ceasefire, we will go to elections. That's it. Give us ceasefire, give us security infrastructure. Maybe not 2 months, but we need a lot of days to prepare. Then give us possibility, our soldiers, to vote, how they can, defend our lives, our country, and at the same moment to vote. This is something difficult. Even not, this is strange, it's something very difficult, and I don't know who has such experience. We don't have it. And we can't compare. Sometimes I heard, sometimes I heard, yes, we had elections in the United States during Lincoln's time and etc. How we can compare it? We have missiles, our people under missiles. It's not just land war, a lot of missiles. We're under ballistic attacks. So give us ceasefire. President Trump can do it. Push Putin, make ceasefire, then our parliament will change the law and we will go to elections. If they need them, if Americans need elections in Ukraine, and if Russians need elections in Ukraine, we are open for this.
Secretary General,
But we can also give ceasefire for Russians if they will do elections in Russia.
Secretary General, even the Chinese...
This is why he is...
But that's his previous and his current
strength,
right? Communication. Can I ask you, even the Chinese foreign minister, as he was talking and addressing today, did the whole Russian trope about having to talk about the historical reasons and the preconditions and this and that for a ceasefire. What do you see as the vital security guarantees that need to be in place? And so far, Russia has said no to even an international monitoring force of Europeans. So what do you see is a realistic security guarantee?
Well, let's first of all, answering to the Wang Yi, to the Chinese thing, conclude together that there was absolutely no reason whatsoever for the Russians to invade Ukraine. Not in 2014 with Crimea, not a full-scale onslaught on Ukraine starting late February 2022. So this is absolutely not true. Then, when it comes to security guarantees, the first thing which is crucial is for NATO, that NATO came back together. The last couple of days, there has been a huge shift in mindset within NATO, where the Europeans are now taking more of a leadership role in NATO, where the Europeans take more responsibility for their own defense, and this is making us stronger because it anchors the United States stronger in the NATO alliance. It answers a request from them, and for Ukraine to stay strong, it is important that the 32 NATO allies are stronger together. So I really believe NATO is stronger now than it was ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And we are now ready also to help Ukraine, not as an alliance, we will do that individual allies, and this brings me to the security guarantees. We need security guarantees at 3 levels. Level 1 is the Ukrainian armed forces. They have to be so strong and so well trained, and of course they are already battle hardened, that they can first of all, of course, defend themselves. Then we need, and this is the leadership of Macron and Starmer within Europe, the coalition of the willing, many other countries participating in Europe, Canada, and also, by the way, more and more the US getting involved. We'll come to that, but the coalition of the willing, nations in NATO, but also outside NATO, working together to make sure that they will contribute whatever is necessary to make sure that Putin will never ever to try again invade Ukraine after a peace deal or a long-term ceasefire. So no repeat of Budapest 94, no repeat of Minsk 2014, 2015. And then the third element is the Americans. It was a crucial moment when the American President Trump said in August, I want to be part of that. I want to be participating. And then we articulated, the Ukrainians and the Americans and the coalition of the willing, what that will be. And this is exactly as the president said, as Volodymyr said. In January, we had a meeting in Paris, very successful, with the Americans, where I would say 95, 96, 97% of the security guarantees now done. So this is crucial, because that means that when that peace deal is there, we can make sure collectively with the Ukrainian armed forces as the first line of defense that the Russians will not attack again. But obviously to do that you need Putin to play ball. What I am seeing, what the Americans are doing consistently since February under President Trump's leadership, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, is they are testing the Russians to see whether they are serious to do this.
Yeah, but this has been going on for a year.
Hey,
how much testing?
We can have as much criticism as you want on the present American government, but I'm going to defend them there. Here.
No, it's a question.
I know.
It's a question,
no. But in the question, I hear some criticism. I know, and I don't mind.
How long do you
but
test? This has been the deadliest year for Ukraine.
But here's the
Russia.
thing. Here's the thing. If we agree that only the American president was able to break the deadlock with Putin, I think it was only him, because he is the leader of the mightiest nation on earth, a quarter of the world economy, the mightiest military on earth. He did that in February. He broke the deadlock. And no one expected this to end soon. It is an extremely difficult situation we are dealing with. And the most important issue here is not Zelensky or the Ukrainian team. They are willing to play ball. They want this to end as soon as possible. Nobody wants to prolong this. So it is the Russians who have to play ball. And this is exactly why the Lindsey Graham Blumenthal law now, or whatever you call it in the US, law or...
the sanctions bill.
The sanctions bill you have now in the Senate is so important. What the president did himself, putting sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil. What he did with the secondary sanctions on India and China when it comes to oil delivery. So still oil buying from Russia. This is all important. This is putting pressure on the Russians. The Europeans doing that with their sanction packages. One problem. China is the main sanction circumventer in the world, and therefore the main contributor to Russia, to the war effort. Of course, together with North Korea and Iran and Belarus, but China is playing that role. We should not be naive.
Senator Wicker, as far as I gather, and you can confirm, that Secretary of State Marco Rubio did not choose to go to the special Berlin format meeting of all the President Zelensky, Mark Rutte, and the other leaders. What do you think that signals? And do you think, as Secretary General Rutte says, that the United States is absolutely committed to a fair and just peace and is willing to do the work for it? When I say the United States, I mean this administration.
I take the Secretary of State's statement on face value. I don't think it matters very much. But let me say this. Vladimir Putin has not yet negotiated in good faith. Never once. Vladimir Putin started this war. He's a war criminal. And as you've pointed out, he started committing more war crimes this year by attacking civilians. He will begin to negotiate in good faith only when he is hurting enough. And that's what these oil sanctions may do. That's what more serious, more decisive and skillful weaponry may do. Okay. But he will not negotiate in good faith and has not yet said one word about actually ending this war in a meaneful way that will be lasting.
And we are just about to head to the 5th anniversary, so it's an important and serious situation. President Metsola, you heard Secretary General Rutte talk about and we've read in the press about certain American commands in NATO being transferred to Europeans. Is Europe ready for that? Does Europe welcome that? Is that the beginning of a, I don't know how to call it anymore, a decoupling, a de-risking, a going your own way? I know you're shaking your head, and we'll get to you.
I don't see it like that. I think we're living in a time of new geopolitics, and everything that we're used to is over in all respects. I was particularly struck by what President Zelensky said in his speech, where he said that the one aim of President Putin is to cause division. There is nothing that keeps him going before his people more than a rhetoric that the US and the Europeans are split, that the European countries between them are not aligned. I will not fall into that trap. What I will say is that the European Union has, perhaps better late than never, after years of perhaps doing less, stood up to say that we need to do more. We need to spend more. We need to create more. We need to help Ukraine develop more. And if we manage that, then how NATO is run, I'll leave that to your capable hands, Mark. But from a European perspective, we would also be able to be ready for anything. And readiness is in itself a deterrence. If we are going to be really, let's say, forward-looking and self-confident, I think we also lost that in the last few years, that we are able to have enough tools to stand up and be counted, then the US cannot go alone, just like we could not go alone. And this is something that we need to be able to say if we want to send a message for Russia and Putin's administration. And the cynicism with which we are discussing elections in Ukraine. When did we have fair elections in Russia? When are we going to be able to say that if there are bombs falling on cities, you cannot force those people without electricity to go to vote? And this is a cynical plot that we're falling into, and we absolutely should not allow it to. So it is this moment where we have to pick it up.
I've been told 3 more minutes, so I want to ask you a question and then give you, President, the last word. Just quickly, after the Davos speech, after Prime Minister Carney talked about, a rupture and having to have a new arrangement, you said to your members, if you think that we can manage our own security without the United States, you're dreaming. Is that your position now, or do you think there does need to be some kind of moving away from...
What I'm seeing is a total unity of vision coming together in 2 steps. Step 1 was the summit in The Hague, where we agreed to spend 5% on defense, 3.5% on core defense. That for the first time in history will equalize what the Europeans are spending with what the Americans are spending. What I'm hearing from the Americans, everybody in America understands why NATO is important, not only for Europe or Canada, but also for the safety and collective security of the United States itself. They are completely committed to Article 5. There is one big expectation that the Europeans would step up, spend more, and that happened in The Hague. What then happened over the last couple of weeks, and I saw the culmination point of this with the defense ministers this week, with Bridge Colby, the main policy guy in the Pentagon, speaking there, the Undersecretary of War. What I saw there is a unity of vision, saying Europe will gradually take more responsibility for its own defense. Europe will take more of a leadership role within NATO, but completely with the US anchored in NATO, having a strong a conventional and, of course, nuclear presence in Europe going forward. But acknowledging collectively that the United States has more to take care of than Europe, also the Indo-Pacific, also their own hemisphere. And that's only logical, and we need that, and that's why I was speaking yesterday with the Defense Minister of Japan, the Foreign Minister of Japan, good to see you, the Foreign Minister of Japan. Today, I was on the phone with the President of Korea this week. I will meet the Australians and the New Zealanders here, because there is that strong connection and cooperation between NATO and Indo-Pacific. It's only right for the US to also pivot more there. But there will be, going forward, a strong presence here in Europe of the United States, both nuclear and conventional, but it's totally logic. This is one of the richest places in the world, Europe. We have huge economies, that we take more care of our own defense, take more leadership there. And that is the reason why in NATO, and this started a couple of years ago, that now a discussion has been finalized where the joint force commands will over time be led by Europeans, and the component commands, so AirCom and MARCOM and LANDCOM, will be led by the Americans, and the Supreme Allied Commander being an American going forward. So this is crucial. NATO absolutely today stronger than ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Last word to you, Mr. President. How do you think this year is going to go? Let's take the next 6 months.
Let's think about tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Really, and the day after tomorrow, how it will be. We will support peace dialogue. If United States will stay, I hope will stay in negotiation. Panels and dialogues, it's important for us. I hope that we will involve more and we will work on it, more European colleagues. Then I really hope that we will have support from the United States, from administration and Congress on security guarantees. We need their votings. I hope that we will have security guarantees very, very clear for, but first of all for our people, that our people will know what will be if Russia will come again. What answer will our strongest supporter, United States, strategic partner, will answer? What answer will European leaders will do if the aggression will be again? This is very important. Then we really want to work on EU membership. And I know that some European leaders are not happy with my rhetoric and messages. I'm sorry, but I will continue because we need we are very thankful, it's true. We are very thankful, but we can't save only by saying thank you, can't save our lives. That's why I'm very honest. For us, it's very important to have a date for our membership. Otherwise, after this war will end, I'm sure that it will end, Putin will do everything. Doesn't matter what he will negotiate. He will do everything by his hands or by hands of some, not big countries, but very ambitious leaders. He will do everything by using them to block our EU membership. That's why I want very much to have signing by Americans, Russians, Europeans, and Ukrainians in this 20 points plan where the date is written. I think this is very important for our nation. And of course, we will, all this month, first of all, we will strengthen our soldiers and we'll do our best for our civilians. What can I say? The unity is very important, and the United States is important. They have only to make Ukraine stronger than Russia.
Okay.
Thank you.
On that note, Mr. President, Secretary General, President of the Parliament, Senator Ricker, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue momentarily in the main conference hall. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, we'll continue in just a minute. Please remain seated or take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the editor of the Financial Times, Rula Khalaf.
And we can welcome Indian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jaishankar, and German Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Wadefuhl. Yes, I've been practicing. Our topic this afternoon is navigating uncertainty in a world in disarray. These are pretty dramatic words that we have here. And I was wondering whether I might start by getting your reaction to this morning's speech by Secretary Rubio, and whether you think that it's added or reduced a little bit of uncertainty. Minister Wadefuhl.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning, everybody. Yes, this was, I would really admit this was the speech I expected from Secretary Rubio. I think both of us know him for a longer time. We know where he is. We know that he's a true partner. We know, especially with regard to the congressional delegation we can welcome here in Berlin, that we have really true partners in the United States of America. So I would really say we have, of course, a common ground. We have a big story made in history. He was looking back and saying, okay, we overcame the whole situation in the Cold War. The Iron Curtain fell. Germany was reunited. And this is also, the root cause of all of that was that we had a strong position that the United States were with us, were with Germany. And this was, I would really say, the precondition for everything. And the most important sentence for me was, let's do it again. So he was looking forward. This is good. This can be, again, a success story. Both of us have to contribute to it. We have our positions. Sometimes we differ. But I would also say, if we talk about uncertainties, besides this, for Germany and for Europe, it's absolutely clear. We need new global partners. As I'm sitting here next to my friend Jaish, I would say India is one of the most important partners for Germany. We will come to it later on, I assume, but this is absolutely clear. Europe has really actively to seek for new global partners who share our values, firstly, and of course who share our interests. And as far as I see, there's really a readiness. There are a lot of countries interested in having kind of partnership with that, not a concrete alliance as NATO is, but also a partnership. So this is what we are striving for.
I want to come back to that point, but let me get your reaction first, Minister.
Well,
what you heard this morning.
Yes, to be fair, I was just coming in. I was just landing in at that time. I listened to parts of that speech.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
No, but it happens to be true. So it happens to be true, but no, but look, my sense of the parts I heard was that he was capturing both the change as well as a degree of continuity and a degree of reassurance. I mean, that was how I heard it, which was not change as something which was a very abrupt, a complete departure from everything, but really making the point that, look, a lot of things need to reflect the transformations which are underway, and that the US itself had changed and was going to approach a lot of issues and organizations and situations differently from the past. So I mean, to me, there was both sides of it, the continuity side and the change side. And frankly, in many ways, I think, as Johan said, it conforms to what I've heard from Secretary Rubio over the last year.
I think, given all the sessions that we've had so far at Munich, the theme is that we are going into some new world order. I wonder whether you could both define it a little bit for me, but also how do you navigate it, Minister van der Poel?
I would still say, and this was also, I would say, a very clear message from Secretary Rubio, that we have to beware and we have to stay and stick to our international rules-based order, which is, of course, in first line the United Nations. This is our board of peace, and we keep it like that. We have, of course, to reform it. We have to make it more effective, as Rubio said this morning. And of course, UN has to deliver, and not only to stand at the sidelines. And we are absolutely clear, we are supporting the UN80 process. We as G4 alliance, together with Brazil and Japan, are very much in favor of giving the United Nations a face of the 21st century, and not only reflecting what was after the Second World War. So this is still the framework we are working in. And of course, as I said before, besides these clear alliances we do have, we are a member of the European Union, we are a member of NATO, We are looking for global partners with whom we want to work more concretely, more effective, more closely together. And India is the very best example for that. And so that was a deeper reason that Germany was very, very active in bringing the free trade agreement to a success.
So this must be music to your ears, but then you've been hearing for many, many years that there has to be a reform of the UN, and particularly a reform of the UN Security Council. Do you think that that is a more viable or a more likely outcome?
I think it's a more urgent outcome, urgently needed outcome. But I'd like to kind of walk back a little bit to your question to Johan. You know, look, all said and done, we've had an order, we still have an order. It's messy, it's imperfect, it has a lot of room for betterment, but it's still there, you know. And we've seen that change happening. I mean, at one level, you know, some parts of it have been very gradual and progressive, but the last 5 years, there have been a series of shocks which have accelerated that. I think COVID was a shock, the conflict in Ukraine was a shock, what's happening in the Middle East was a shock. So, even in Europe, some years ago, Brexit was a shock. Now the change in the stance of the United States, I think, as the most powerful country, and the rise of China and the impact that it's had on international systems and practices. I think all of this, it's like it's building, and suddenly the cumulative impact of that is hitting us all. So we are today, you know, it's not, I know the last year has been a very dramatic year, but I would still argue it's not just last year. It's really been building over the last decade, particularly over the last 5 years. And we don't have an answer. I mean, what we are seeing is the impact of it on the international system. And now we are saying, okay, how does it take the shock? What will happen? It will take time. But to the extent I can give you a kind of an analytical concept to deal with it, I would say, its world is heading towards greater multipolarity, that there will be many more independent or autonomous centers of decision-making. Probably the most interesting for many of us is Europe, because we have seen in some ways a sort of a strategic reawakening of Europe in the last few years. So what Europe does with itself, how does Europe relate to others, is very important. So this, in that context for us, when we looked at all the big polls, I think the one which was most under-realized was our relationship with Europe. And within Europe, in fact, in many ways, our relationship with Germany. If I were to say what has changed in the recent past, we've had really two big back-to-back events in India. The visit of Chancellor Merz. I think it was his first visit to Asia. And then the India-Europe FTA, which President von der Leyen described as the mother of all deals. So I think the two of them actually are creating a new landscape between us. And we hope to take it forward. But I would just add one last point that, the relationships don't happen just by visits and agreements and headline news or even discussions here. They need a lot of comfort building. At different levels in the systems, people need to know each other, call each other, discuss with each other, throw ideas at each other. We need India and Europe and India and Germany to work to build that level of comfort, which I think is eminently feasible. And that's really what I see as the task before us.
Do you think that if, Minister Vadeful, do you think that 2-3 years ago, you would not have had such a deepening relationship with India? And to what extent Is this relationship part of the way that you are thinking about China?
No, to be honest, 2 or 3 years ago, I wouldn't have expected that we would come to that very level of cooperation between us and between the European Union and India as well. As Jai correctly said, we're just building up a new center of sovereignty here in Europe. And of course, he referred to the shocks we had in the last years. And of course, the last one was only Greenland. Before that, of course, the Russian war of aggression and so on and so on. We all remember that. And the conclusion from our side was that really we have to bring Europe to a new level in the decision-making process, to come to a qualified majority voting, to be really able to act when it comes to foreign policy. And also with regard to our enlargement process, the Chancellor just yesterday answered to a question from the Western Balkans that we are very open to the enlargement process. We are not only looking to the Western Balkans, but perhaps also to other countries, not only in the East, but also perhaps in the North. So, and India, of course, was always, I would say, on our radar, but it was, we oversaw sometimes the opportunities which are laying ahead. And when we realized that, I think we made steps forward. And we know each other for some times, not only we personally, but also our governments. And this is a longer line, which also former governments in Germany took. And for that very reason, there was a common ground. And I would like to quote my friend Jai with a very important sentence, which makes perhaps clear. And he said, quote unquote, "Predictability today carries a huge premium in global politics." And this is so true. And I think perhaps it needed these shocks that we were aware that we know where India is and that you are predictable and that we trust you, and vice versa perhaps. And so this initiated what happened. And this, of course, makes a categorical difference to China. We are both democracies. We have freedom of speech. We have rule of law. And that, of course, means really a lot for us. And so India is a very different partner to us compared to China.
Mr. Jaishankar, when one of your themes has been strategic autonomy. Following the recent agreement with the US, the trade agreement, where you are now forced to wean Russia off of, wean India off of Russian oil, does that not impact your strategic autonomy? Because that's how you were explaining it in the past.
No, look, I think, one, we are very much wedded to strategic autonomy because it's very much a part of our history and our evolution. And it's.
But can you exercise this strategic autonomy today as much as you want?
No, well, we do, and we've always done. I think, you know, it's something which is very deep, and it's something which cuts across the political spectrum as well. Where the energy issues are concerned, look, you know, this is today a complex market. I think oil companies in India, as in Europe, as probably in other parts of the world, look at availability, look at costs, look at risks, and take the decisions that they feel is in their best interest. So I would say, and you know, we have a position which you know on that. So I don't, you know, want to rehash the polemics of that. I think that phase has passed. Today, when you know, coming to Munich, very honestly, I'm kind of coming here in the afterglow of an India-EU FTA and a very successful visit of Chancellor Merz. So I would rather, look, you know, we are not in 22, we are not in 23, we are not even in 25. So many things are changing, and so many of us are doing our calculations and recalculations. It's important for us to say what are the touch points, what are the common grounds, where is it we can strengthen each other. We would not, I mean, we talk to each other quite often. We would not necessarily agree on everything, but I do believe that by doing that, and if there is an inclination to find common ground and overlaps, that would happen. But if the bottom line of your question is, would I remain independent-minded and make my decisions, and you know, would I make choices which sometimes may not agree with your thinking or his thinking or somebody else's thinking of that? Yes, it can happen.
Is your, this is a question for both of you, is this new world order that's emerging one in which there are coalitions that get formed for specific issues, whether sometimes it works for trade, sometimes, and this is the sort of the Mark Carney view of the future?
I would say yes. Coalition is perhaps a good phrase, not alliances, but specific coalitions, and of course that includes this is not only for one sector. You cannot have a coalition only orientated perhaps on the economic sector if you have not a common understanding, a basic understanding on other sectors as well. So we are also cooperating on the defense sector very closely. We are cooperating when it comes to build resilience against climate change. We are cooperating when it comes to defending democracies and all these international rules-based standards and so on. So this is, I would say, a new world, a good new world is ahead, is achievable. Of course, we have to strengthen our efforts. The EU has to be to become capable to be effective on the world stage. We're working on that, as I just said. But for Germany, it's absolutely clear that we are looking beyond Europe, and not only over the Atlantic Ocean to the west. Where are our partners? Where are possible partners on other continents? And we are finding them. This is the fortunate situation we're in.
This has often been India's strategy.
Yes. I mean, I obviously, like most of us in the room, followed Prime Minister Carney's speech in Davos with a lot of attention. But bear in mind, you know, Carney is speaking as the Prime Minister of an alliance country, of a treaty partner. Whereas, and for a treaty partner, in a way, this is new ground that he's breaking. Whereas for a country like India, which never went into that kind of, you know, treaty-based relationships or alliances, we've been in that frame of mind for a long time. I mean, that is part of the strategic autonomy thinking, which belief that I spoke to you about. So if you look at it, you know, we have Quad, which is with the US, Japan, Australia, very important in the Indo-Pacific. We've had BRICS, originally with Brazil, Russia, China, then South Africa, now 5 more are added on. We have a number, you know, if I actually count them, I think we have probably more than 20 of these trilateral or more than trilateral combinations. In fact, we just did one with Canada, with Mr. Carney, India, Australia, and Canada on a
You're deepening your relationship with Brazil as well, aren't you?
Yes, yes, indeed. We have one with India, Brazil, South Africa. So we are as 3 developing democratic countries. So for us, this kind of coalition or working groups, call it what you would, but essentially an effective, practical, agenda-based coming together of countries on a regular basis. This has been very much the hallmark of Indian diplomacy now for about 2 decades.
I'm going to open it up for a question after this one for Minister Vadeful. What do you think of a world made up of spheres of influence? And what is your sphere?
Yeah, of course, our sphere is of course Europe, but of course, I have to realize that there are powers who are trying to have that spheres of influence, and of course, in a way, we have to build up resilience in Europe against that. So that is a very good reason for us to look for these partners. And like India does have a lot of partners, so do we, as Europeans, as Germans, with a long-lasting relationship with Japan, a big friendship. I was just in Australia and New Zealand and visited Singapore and the Pacific Islands. I will spend my next longer visit to Latin America, so being in Brazil, Argentina, perhaps also Chile. So we have a lot of partners, and of course I would have to mention the African continent as well. But I think the new thing is, some years ago, and that was one of the first questions you raised here correctly, was, did you expect that very development? And I answered no, because some years ago we firstly considered these countries as being members of the BRICS, and that is in a sort of alienated us from them, and that was wrong. So now we realize that, of course, we have a lot of differences with especially Russia. That has not to be underscored here. They are very, very fundamental, and also with China. But we have a lot of things in common with countries like India, like Brazil. And why not focusing on these common interests and common values? So this is, I think, the new view Europe and Germany is putting on the world.
It's very interesting. There was a question over there. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Dalal Erakat from Palestine. I want to touch upon the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, the IMEC, which we did not hear today. It is framed as a platform for connectivity, stability, and shared prosperity. How does India envision IMEC contributing to a regional stability in a way that is inclusive of Palestine and the Palestinian rights and consistent with international law and the two-state solution, so that economic solutions and integration and the trade road competition that brings also Europe and Germany to the board do not proceed alongside political exclusion of the Palestinian rights? Thank you.
Well, you know, we have a long-standing position on Palestine, which you're familiar with. And when we embarked with a set of partners on the IMEC, the purpose of the IMEC is really to address connectivity, logistics issues, and improve the economy. So I would be careful sort of mixing up the two issues. The purpose of the IMEC is not to solve the Palestinian issue or to somewhere contribute or strengthen or... so I do think each of those issues is important, but I would not take one as the solution for the other.
Is IMEC progressing? It's something that I think President Trump was quite excited.
You know, answer is kind of yes, but not at the pace at which people initially expected it to, which is understandable because there was a big conflict going on in the Middle East and everybody's attention was on that conflict. But what I do see, I mean, when I come to Europe, especially when I meet people, countries, governments, leaders, businesses from Mediterranean Europe, but not only from Mediterranean Europe, from Germany as well, from France, there's a big European interest in IMEC. There's a big Indian interest in IMEC. We are the two ends of it. Remember, this is the historical trade route of, hundreds, if not thousands of years. So we are trying, yesterday, I think Chancellor Merz used this, coming back from a vacation from history. I think when you come back from the vacation, you'll discover IMEC is also a part of history which you need to reinvent.
There's another question down there. Yeah.
Brankica Jankovic from Serbia, human rights expert. My question is for Minister Vadufel. You are also well known as credible and reliable leaders, and I cannot agree more what you quoted about predictability. And my question is, maybe for $1 billion, how to ensure, how to promote and ensure that predictability became a special value on the global level? How to do that? And what do you see, what was the biggest, maybe perhaps mistakes EU made last 2 years in relationship within the other partners?
Those are two big questions.
I think predictability, I think you have to give an example. In predictability, and you should work together with other partners who live for that very standard. And we have to defend what we called the international rules-based order, especially the UN system. So I would say if we are clear with that, and we work together with partners who are also predictable, I would say we bring more certainty to the world order, which is so much needed. And also we should address if this was violated. And this perhaps could be the task for the European Union to be more clearer in the future. There are some occasions, if I remember, if I look back the last 2 years, of course, where we could have been clearer. A good example, perhaps may I put it this way, was our reaction on, of course, the Greenland issue in the last few weeks, where Europe was absolutely clear where we are, and the Chancellor just reiterated it yesterday, that we are, of course, defending the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Denmark and of Greenland, as we were defending and are defending the sovereignty of Ukraine. So this, we cannot be divided on these issues, but we have to be clear and we have to be sustainable on these questions.
I think we can take one last question. Oh, sorry, it's the gentleman at the back. Sorry.
Thank you. My name is Daisuke Kawai from Tokyo, Japan. My question is about the Quad. As a Foreign Excellence Minister Jai Shankar mentioned, last year the Quad summit was cancelled, and we haven't seen, such a unity, strong unity among Quad members in the second Trump administration. Do you see possibly, or the Quad unity will be sustainable in the Trump second administration? Thank you.
Just a point of correction, I wouldn't say the Quad summit was cancelled because it was never specifically scheduled. It didn't take place, yes, that's correct. But at the same time, I would point to the fact that the first meeting which Secretary Rubio held the day he became Secretary of State was the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. And then he did a meeting again in July in Washington, for which all of us went. So we actually had 2 Quad Foreign Ministers meeting, and I want to assure you that the other parts of the Quad, the various mechanisms, all of those are going on. So the fact that the Quad did not take place at the summit level itself, I wouldn't overread it. So do stay tuned.
Thank you very much indeed for both of you, and we will be watching this budding relationship back at the FTA. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for lunch. The main program will continue at 3 p.m. with the panel discussion on PAR, fortifying the foundation of transatlantic security. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. We'll begin very shortly with the main program. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll begin shortly with the main program. Ladies and gentlemen, final call. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the Chief International Anchor at IMI Media Group, Hadley Gamble.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome once again to the Munich Security Conference. We're going to be talking today about the future of the Transatlantic Alliance. But before we get started, I'd like to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Spain, to deliver a few remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I've come to Munich to meet with friends and allies, to listen to experts, and to show Spain's commitment to the multilateral order and the security of Eastern European nations. We Spaniards are far away from Russia, but we know quite well that Putin is a real threat, that the world is becoming more unstable, and that we Europeans must strengthen our defense capabilities to protect, of course, our freedom and way of life, but also to provide security guarantees to our international partners. We are also aware of this, that since I became Prime Minister, Spain has tripled its defense spending and has doubled the number of soldiers deployed in NATO missions. We need, of course, to ensure our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, and our security. But I strongly believe that nuclear rearmament is not the right way of doing it. And I am hardly the first one thinking that. 70 years ago, our parents and grandparents came to the conclusion that nuclear deterrence was a far too costly and a risky way of avoiding conflict between nations. Too costly because it demanded colossal public investments, and too dangerous because on several occasions, technical or human errors came close to triggering a full-scale nuclear war between the West and the former Soviet Union, a war which would have brought humanity to the brink of extinction. After a few decades, our predecessors realized that the risks posed by nuclear deterrence far outweighed its contributions to peace. They realized that the system that requires zero mistakes and constant correction to avoid total destruction is not a guarantee, it is a gamble. President Ronald Reagan stated, and I quote, "A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought," end of the quote. And John F. Kennedy said that, and I quote, "The weapons of war must be abolished before they abolish us," end of the quote. So this was not about left or right, it was about doing the right thing. This collective realization led to an international agreement to undertake a gradual, verifiable process of nuclear disarmament. Treaties were signed, and nuclear arsenals were dramatically reduced. But now the tide is turning. Nuclear powers have forgotten the lessons of the past, and they are expanding their nuclear arsenals once again. Together, they are spending more than $11 million every single hour on them. And experts estimate that the US alone will invest $946 billion in nukes over the next decade, enough to eradicate extreme global poverty. In my view, this is a mistake, a historical error that we cannot commit again, particularly not today, with artificial intelligence casting a shadow of uncertainty over the entire world. That is why I would like to humbly ask all these powerful nations, please stop nuclear rearmament. Sit down, negotiate, and sign a new START treaty to ensure continuity of the one that has just expired. As a non-nuclear country that has witnessed nuclear bombs accidentally being dropped on its territory back in 1966, I beg you, prevent the launch of a new arms race while it is possible. Humanity will be forever grateful if you do, and it will heavily judge you if you don't. We need to stop Putin. We need to strengthen our deterrence capabilities, but let us do it in a coordinated and targeted way that we can control. Let's build a true European army, not in 10 years, but now. Spain will join with all the resources that are needed. Let's strengthen our multilateral system, reforming and empowering those institutions that, despite their flaws, have succeeded in maintaining peace in the West for decades. And also, let's invest in the values of solidarity, empathy, and cooperation that have brought us this far. Because the rearmament that we most urgently need in the world is a moral one. Thank you.
I'd love to invite the rest of our panelists to join us. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those comments. I'd like to also welcome our other panelists to the stage. Finland's President, Alexander Stubb, the U.S. Senator from the great state of Delaware, Chris Coons, and Denmark's Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen. Great to see you. I just want to pick up on that point, Prime Minister, because you're talking about Vladimir Putin and you're talking about nuclear strength. You're also discussing how Europe can best defend itself. Walk me through this, because Spain is lagging behind in its NATO spending, and you have the fastest growing economy in the Eurozone. Walk us through that. How does that make sense?
Well, first of all, there are trade-offs that we disagree when it comes to this 5% of GDP in defense. Second, I do believe that we need also to focus on capabilities and contributions. And as I said earlier, of course, we have doubled not only the presence of Spanish soldiers in NATO missions, but also we have tripled the investments on defense expenditure when it comes to our GDP. But last but not least, I think that what we need to do in the coming years is to strengthen the European pillar of NATO, within NATO. And
How do you do that without spending?
No, we can do it. But what we have to do is to strengthen the European defense industry. And that means that paradoxically, if we agree with this idea of 5%, at the end of the day, we will become more dependent on the US defense industry. And that is why I think that we need to focus more on not only how much do we spend, but how much do we spend together and therefore better. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is that the challenge that we have within the European Union is how do we strengthen the European pillar within NATO.
President Stubb, are you buying that?
I'm buying a lot of defense equipment, that's for sure. No, I mean, the starting point is that we are, of course, a new member in the alliance and hopefully a security provider rather than a security consumer. And there's a reason why our path towards membership was so quick. We basically made ourselves NATO compatible ever since the beginning of the 1990s by purchasing, for instance, at the time, 64 F-18 fighter jets. And probably because we were not members of NATO, we kept our defense expenditure up. But I always stress that it's not always about the percentages, it's about the capabilities. And what we've tried to do in Finland is to set up basically the strongest Arctic force that we have within the alliance, which is trying to stave off a possible security threat coming from Russia. And in that sense, when NATO's defense expenditure goes up to 5%, when America asks us to take more responsibility for our own defense, as a Finn, I'm actually quite pleased with that.
Prime Minister, I was going to kick off with you, so I apologize. In your mind, when we're talking about security, when we're talking about defense, how likely is it that you're going to have to defend Greenland?
So nice to be on stage with you.
Thank you.
And nice to be with my allies and my friends and my partners. Well, let me put it this way. I mean, if one NATO country attacks another NATO country, then NATO ends.
It's game over.
Then it's game over. So I hope I answer your question by that. Coming back to the other question, I mean, what does it take to defend NATO? I think we have to look at, I mean, our circumstances. So it's quite clear we have an eastern flank. It will not be over. I mean, even if we succeed in having some kind of a peace deal, our problem is that Putin don't want peace with us. So he's going, I'm sorry guys, he will continue. He will continue in Ukraine, or he will try to continue somewhere else. So we have an eastern flank, and it's going to be very expensive. We have a southern flank, because we have to count terrorism. And at some stage, we will see migration being used as a weapon, as we have seen from Belarus into Lithuania, or in Finland, or in Poland. We have a flank when it comes to new technologies, AI, space, quantum physics, and we have a northern flank when it comes to the high north and the Arctic region. And when you look at all these challenges, I mean, now we spend 3.5% of our GDP in Denmark on defense. I'm not sure it will be enough. Because my responsibility as a European leader is not only to protect my own country or the region where I belong, together with you, Alexander. It is my responsibility to protect the entire NATO. So I think 3.5, as we agreed on. Unfortunately, we agreed on 2035. It will be too late. So for me, the 3.5 is now, latest by 2030, and maybe it won't be enough.
You think you can convince your Spanish colleague?
I don't think I have to convince Pedro on anything. I agree with you, Pedro, that this is also a question about what kind of capabilities can we actually buy. We have a problem transatlantic with our industrial base. I mean, some of the capabilities that we have decided to invest in when it comes to the Arctic region cannot be delivered from US because the speed is simply not in production lines. We have exactly the same problem in Europe. They don't have in Ukraine. So in Ukraine, they are able to produce faster and better than the rest of us, even though they are at war. It's not only because they are really clever guys, they are, by the way, and not only because they received money from us and other partners, it's also because we work too slow. So let me just finish by saying, I mean, we know how it is to work with capability targets within NATO. Maybe next time when we have capability targets, we should get them into industrial targets immediately. So we know where the gaps are, we know where we need to invest more, and it has, to, of course, also to be in our European defense industry.
You were talking about flanks, northern flank, southern flank. What about the western flank? What is the threat in your mind to Greenland today? I know you're going to be speaking with Secretary of State Rubio. Has the crisis passed?
No, unfortunately not. I think the desire from the US president is exactly the same. He is very serious about this theme. And as you know, I disagree with him. And we disagree, of course, as a Kingdom of Denmark. And by the way, Europe disagree because we have received a lot of support and help. And I know some American friends do disagree as well. I do agree that we need to do more collectively when it comes to security in the Arctic region. And by the way, Arctic is a very big area. And if you look at the challenges on stage right now, it's more actually in another direction. But at some point, we will see some challenges around Greenland as well. But I mean, now we have Arctic Sentry. So while we are here in Munich, the day before, we decided within NATO to start Arctic Sentry. I think it's the right framework. And we have a lot of commitments from the Arctic states in NATO and other allies to be now permanent present in and around Greenland. And that's a very, very important step forward.
And just to be clear, can you put a price on Greenland? Because he's trying to.
Of course not. Can you put a price on the part of Spain or a part of US or a part of anywhere else in the world? I mean, we are in... This is some of the most basic democratic values and principles. We have to respect sovereign states. The Kingdom of Denmark is a sovereign state, of course. And we have to respect people's right for self-determination. And the Greenlandic people have been very clear. They don't want to become Americans. They want to stay as a Greenlandic people, and I, of course, support them in that.
Senator, you have the unenviable task of defending America's position at this point. In your mind, where do we go from here?
Forward. We've always had the challenge. Look, for decades, we've had the challenge of not committing enough resources to our collective defense. Today, we have an abundance of resources. As we've discussed, capabilities, coordination, and trust are now our core challenges. I'm the lead Democrat on defense appropriations. We appropriated $850 billion in the bill just signed by President Trump. We are committing resources. NATO has stepped forward and made bold commitments to Ukraine, to collective security, to investment in new systems. We've got the resources. Now we need to be smarter about it, and we need to find ways together to tackle the domains where some of us have strength and some of us have weaknesses. In order for us to be successful in this century, AI, quantum, space, telecommunications are critical, but so too is the high north, the Arctic. So too is figuring out how we manage a path forward that is not just rooted in a shared culture and history, but in shared values and principles. Because that is what ties us as well to Korea, to Japan, to Australia, to Singapore. Around the world, we are desirable as partners for trading and for security, not because of ethnicity or faith or language or historic civilization roots, but because of the restraint on executive power, the separation of powers in our democratic governments, and respect for principles like sovereignty and self-determination. You asked me to defend the American position. I will tell you, only 17% of Americans want to in any way be involved in threatening Greenland. The vast majority of Americans saw this as a foolish gambit. NATO is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. We were able to appropriate significantly for NATO, for collective defense, for Ukraine. We should do more, and we will, because it remains popular with the American people. And last, I'll remind you, it was then Senator Rubio who introduced an amendment to our annual defense authorization law that prevents any one president from unilaterally withdrawing from NATO. And we have added amendments this year that require certain troop levels and requires certain consultation. The American people know that our security and our future lies with NATO and lies with this community of shared principles.
When I interviewed Vladimir Putin in 2021, he told me, among many other things, that he had already deployed hypersonic missiles on a submarine in the Arctic. President Stubb, how complicated is the situation today, and more specifically, how much danger are we in from Russia?
I mean, to start off with, you always have to look at a silver lining in extremely complicated situations. If the outcome of what happened in Davos and what we've seen with Greenland in the past few months is a stronger Arctic presence for NATO, stronger Arctic security, then I think we've done quite well. But just like Mette said, the Arctic is a huge area. There are basically 8 countries that have Arctic ownership. 7 of them are in NATO, including, of course, Canada and the United States, with the Nordics. The biggest security conglomerate that we have right now in the Arctic is Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So we're very focused on that. Just to give you an example, next week there's going to be an Arctic training with 25,000 NATO soldiers, 5,000 from the US in northern Norway and in northern Finland. And of course, we're not doing this just to showcase, but we are looking at different scenarios. And I think the importance of Norway, Finland, and Sweden up there, including, of course, Denmark, is that the biggest center of nuclear weapons from Russia are in the Koala Peninsula and in Murmansk. If you ask me the question, how big is the danger? Russia is not going to test the resolve of Article 5. There's a reason why we deter. There's a reason why a country like Finland has one of the largest militaries in NATO. On the eastern flank that has been talked about, there's Turkey, Ukraine, Poland, and Finland. I don't see a direct security threat coming from Russia right now, but I'm so in agreement with with Mette that when the war is over in Ukraine, the threat is not going to reduce for rest of Europe or for Central Asia or the Southern Caucasus, because the inherent DNA of Russia and Putin is imperialism and expansion.
Prime Minister Sanchez, you're hearing these comments from your NATO colleagues. In your mind, how do you defend your position when it comes to Russia, when it comes to not spending more?
No, actually, we are spending more, and we are sending troops to the eastern flank of Europe, and we are committed, of course, with security and the territorial integrity of the eastern part of Europe and, of course, of Ukraine. And when it comes to the Greenland, of course, we express our support to the Kingdom of Denmark. No, I think at the end of the day, there is a debate of whether we are sticking to the rules of an international order based in rules, if we stick to the UN Charter principles or not. And I think that when it comes to values and principles, we need to defend those values and principles. And let's not forget that, of course, we have to think about the eastern flank. Of course, we have to think about the Arctic flank. But there's also a reality that you mentioned earlier, which is the southern flank. And for that, we need also to bridge understandings with other countries that belongs to other cultures and societies, that they need to understand from the Western world that we are engaged with them, that we don't accept double standards, that when it comes to territorial integrity, we defend that territorial integrity in Ukraine, but also in Gaza and in the West Bank. And the situation that, now the Palestinian people are facing in the West Bank is completely unacceptable. And I think that the leverage, the influence that the Western society and governments could play also in the southern flank is very, very important, also for the security and the geopolitical interests of the European Union, and of course, therefore, of the transatlantic relationship. So, all in all, we are committed. We are we have this solidarity with the eastern flank of Europe, but let's not forget that in the Madrid strategic concept, when we had the NATO summit, we also agreed upon this idea of 360-degree security approach. And I think that there's a lot of disagreement on that, and not a lot of unity when it comes to foresee a potential solution in the conflict of the Middle East.
Senator Coons, I want to ask you specifically to sort of weigh on this. I did a panel yesterday on energy dominance and the future of Europe. 60% of LNG imports are coming from the United States. They were just in the Gulf countries. Mr. Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, talking to partners there, talking about increasing supplies. The last time I was in Russia, which was not too long ago, the Deputy Prime Minister, who is also the head of the energy file, for your information, said to me that the Americans were price gouging Europe when it comes to LNG. How do we defend that position? Because certainly Europeans are looking for other partners, because of course they don't want to be in hock to one player when it comes to their energy.
Sure. Look, I think Europe should be seeking energy options where it can, but not from Russia. What is continuing to fund and fuel, literally, Putin's murderous war machine is those countries that continue to buy Russian oil and gas, the single largest buyer being China. China, through the provision of dual-use material and through the provision of funding, is the principal driver of what is sustaining Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. I do think that the United States was able to provide robust LNG supplies now several years ago when the war began, was critical to Europe having an energy alternative. But at the end of the day, I think our future together is in developing the next generation of civil nuclear power, in finding pathways for energy security that do not also fuel aggression.
So no going back to Russian energy.
I'm not buying any Russian energy in the near future.
No, I mean, just to make things clear, I don't think any of us, would I say, sensible Europeans would go back to Russian energy. What we did in Finland early on was to have a very diverse energy portfolio, including actually nuclear. And when Russian gas was cut off, it was 5 to 10% of our general grid, and most in industry. We were able to diversify, go immediately elsewhere. And I think the whole idea that energy binds us together and interdependence is now over. So we're looking at alternative solutions, I think, in Europe.
But when you think about this, you need, for heavy industry, you need a base load. And that's not going to come from wind or solar. In your mind, are we going to have to really do a rethink in Europe? And you're seeing that happening now a bit, but a rethink of those climate goals and realistically, pragmatically look at the energy.
Okay, I didn't think this was a climate panel, but we can go there as well. I think the starting point is that energy consumption is not going to reduce. And the second starting point is that the transition period from fossil fuels to renewables or clean energy is going to take time, and for that we will need innovation. I still firmly believe that climate change is real. I personally also believe that it is a threat, and I think that those countries that do the conversion through finance, regulation and innovation are going to be ahead of the curve, because we're going to suffocate on fossil fuels before too long.
Senator Coons, would you concede that Donald Trump's moves, at least in terms of the oil market, and pushing sanctions with India, pushing sanctions with those who are still consuming Russian oil, have had great effect in damaging President Putin's war machine?
It's taken too long to get there, but yes, when President Trump imposed sanctions on two of the largest Russian oil companies and has moved to impose additional sanctions, that's very welcome and broadly supported in Congress. It's the pressure on Putin that is needed to move the war of aggression against Ukraine towards a just and sustainable resolution. Regrettably, President Trump has dedicated as much time to pushing Ukraine to make concessions. I am very grateful that our European partners have stepped up to provide the resources, the weaponry, much of which bought from the United States. But we have to balance this equation and push Putin, raise the costs of this war for him, or he will not conclude. And we have to achieve through negotiation, and we had a meeting earlier today with President Zelensky, a just and sustainable peace, or Putin will simply start again. So we have to be clear-eyed about the costs and risks to all of our security of not succeeding in finally stopping Putin now through a just and sustainable peace.
In your mind, is the United States doing enough there? Because right now,
No.
I'm sure you all are aware, people are actually freezing in Ukraine because of the damage that President Putin has done to their energy infrastructure. I know the Europeans have made many commitments, but in terms of the United States, what more can we do?
One of the things that USAID was doing in Ukraine, well and at scale, was helping repair the energy grid, helping to regrow the agricultural economy for export, helping not just sustain but grow Ukraine's economy. When we step back from that, we step back from being a critical partner in Ukraine's viability and in its resiliency in the face of these just merciless attacks on civilian infrastructure. Think about it. The response by Putin to Trump rolling out the red carpet in Alaska was waves and waves of attacks to leave women, children, families in the dark and cold. His answer is clear. Our actions have to be clear as well. We need to do more to put pressure on Putin.
Prime Minister.
And I mean, it shows exactly what this is all about. I mean, if he wanted peace, he wouldn't do what he's doing these days. I mean, and can you imagine? I mean, it's like minus 25 degrees, and then you attack the energy system. I mean, it's so crazy that only Russians would do such a thing. But this is how Russia is, and it will not change. It will not change. And the only language they understand is if we are as tough as they are. And I think our problem in Ukraine is still that there are still red lines when it comes to the weapons they can use to win this war. And you cannot win a war with the one hand tied on your back. So, I mean, we need to give them weapons so they can strike into Russia. We have had this discussion for several years. We are still discussing it. I mean, for the last 3 years on this conference, I have said, why are we not providing them the air defense that they need? And everybody is doing like this. They still lack air defense. You cannot protect a country without air defense. We know exactly what we need to deliver, including, of course, membership of NATO, because if they were a NATO member now, if we had been able to take that decision in Vilnius, we would be in a completely different situation now. So we know what to do, but first of all, we have to recognize, we have to understand, we have to learn that Russia will not change, and they are not interested in peace, unfortunately.
Is making Ukraine a member of NATO, President Stubb, the answer?
Well, in the long run, yeah, one of them, I think. I mean, just two assessments. One is the situation and what to do, and I'm completely on the same page with Mette here. First, what's the situation? I mean, let's change the narrative of the war around, because there's still some people that say that Putin is winning this war, and I fundamentally disagree. Look, the strategic aims of Putin was to take over Ukraine, make it Russian. It became European. His strategic aim was to not allow NATO to enlarge. Well, got Finland and Sweden. And his strategic aim was to keep European defense expenditure down, and we're now at 5%. So it's a total strategic failure from Russia's part. Secondly, he's failing militarily. We look at the acquirement of territory. In the first year, in 2014, it was 12% because of the Green Men in the Crimean Peninsula and some in Luhansk and Donetsk. Since then, 8% of Ukrainian territory in 12 years. Last 2 years, 1% of Ukrainian territory. And what is the cost of this? In December, 35,000 Russian soldiers died. In January, 30,000 Russian soldiers died. That's 65,000 soldiers dead in 2 months. Compare that to Afghanistan, where the Soviet Union was for 10 years, and they had 18,000 dead. So it's been a military failure as well, and the Ukrainians are capable now of fighting back. But Mette is 100% right. We need to provide Ukraine with the continued necessary means to do that. Finally, it's been an economic failure for Putin. Reserves are out, growth is zero, inflation is double digits, and interest rates are 16%. So he doesn't want to end this war, not because he thinks he can advance, because he's not advancing. He doesn't want to end this war because the political and social cost of bringing the soldiers back is too high. And then we come to the question, to what do we do? Number one, increase the economic pressure, sanctions, maritime services, shadow fleet, hit as hard as you possibly can. And secondly, keep on providing Ukraine with all the necessary means, including tomahawks. And then we will bring this home and Ukraine will win this war.
Prime Minister.
I agree with the points from you, Alexander, but I think, you know, talking about the number of losses, 35,000, if it would be in one of our countries, it would be a major disaster, and we would never be able to forgive ourselves. But it's Russia, and they don't count soldiers by the number of 35,000. I think we have to compare with Second World War and the numbers they lost there. So for them, 35,000, I mean, we cannot compare ourselves with the mindset in Moscow. And unfortunately, I mean...
Well, unfortunately, if you look at the newspapers, they're more concerned with the price of cucumbers.
Yeah, and probably identity more than anything else. And unfortunately for us, I mean, the help they get from Iran, the help they get from North Korea and from China. And it will help them to continue. So therefore, I agree with the points you make, because we need to push them back, and it can only be done by adding more pressure economically, of course, but also militarily, and maybe most important militarily.
Prime Minister.
So I think that within the European Union we understood quite well what were the reasons behind the invasion. Not only an attack to a third country, Ukraine, but also an attack against the European Union as a whole, as a political project. So that is why I think that it was clear for all governments within the European Union that we need to stick together, united, and of course defending Ukraine and its territorial integrity and freedom. But we need to do more. I think that we need to face the reality that within some years, in the near future, we will need to enlarge the European Union and to get Ukraine.
Many would say that that's a problem, because that was what galvanized the situation in the first place.
No. I think that there's a, as I said earlier, I think we need to understand that this is not only a challenge against Ukraine, it's also a challenge against the European Union as a whole, as a political project, as a democratic and freedom space within, of course, our continent. So therefore, I think that we need to face that reality. We need to do also our internal structural reforms in order to be more efficient. We need also to increase our competitiveness when it comes to the European Union economy, and therefore to have enough resources in order to increase our deterrence capabilities. And let me add just one thing. There's also in politics like a qualitative, let's say, issues. The debate about Greenland and the territorial integrity, somehow for other countries, not in the Western societies or of course in Russia, but in the global South, in the so-called global South, perhaps, it has legitimized somehow what Putin is doing. So I think it is important from the European Union to stick together, to be united, and to say clearly to our friends in the US that territorial integrity is something that we must all respect without any doubt. And therefore, I think it was important to see that we are moving forward, that we are overcoming this situation, because somehow we gave reasons to Putin. And this is something that is weakening us when it comes to the global South. And let me just conclude by saying that, of course, we need to do all this stuff when it comes to Russia and Putin. But we need also to engage in all these global public debates that we have on climate, on global health, on poverty and inequality. These are things that countries and societies from the global South are asking Western societies and governments to face and respond effectively. And my concern is that we're not there. We're just looking at ourselves, of course talking about Russia,
navel gazing,
not talking about other things.
Senator, I want to ask you this specifically. Earlier we heard from Lindsey Graham. He said that with an expletive, nobody cares about Greenland anymore. We're over it. Would you agree? Is the president over Greenland in your mind?
I don't speak for President Trump, but I'll say part of why I thought it was urgent for me to lead a large and bipartisan delegation from the House and the Senate to meet with the Prime Minister and other Danish ministers, Greenlandic leaders, several weeks ago was to send a strong signal that this does not reflect majority American opinion, to express gratitude. We laid a wreath of memory, a memorial wreath at Kastellet at the monument to the 52 Danes who served alongside Americans and other NATO troops and gave their lives in sacrifice in Afghanistan and Iraq. I don't know what the president is thinking, but if this moment produces greater joint investment through NATO in Arctic security, produces an investment by American companies in the sustainable development of Greenland's resources on Greenland's terms and within the framework of the Kingdom of Denmark, that will be a positive thing. But, as I said at the outset, the things that NATO needs to thrive, resources, we have them, coordination of capabilities, we need them, trust. The thing we need to deliver is a restored trust. Because at the end of the day, Article 5 has only been invoked once in our defense. And the delegation that is here from Congress, it's very large. I encourage you to connect with any of us. The commitment to Article 5 and to our collective security as something that is our source of security and prosperity, not some charity to Europe. It is what has strengthened us, is very strong among the American people and the American Congress.
Is there a chance that the NATO alliance is stronger at the end of Donald Trump's second term than it was before?
I hope and pray so, and will work for it to be so. And as President Stubb said, Putin has failed strategically. NATO is bigger NATO is better funded. NATO is more experienced, and I think NATO is going to be more clear-eyed. We are, yes, going through a difficult time here in terms of trust. But the exercise you were referencing, the work on the eastern flank, the southern flank, in the space above us in the high north, we are working more closely together than ever. And I think the clarity of the threat of Russia and the clarity of the challenge of AI, the PRC, and other challenges in the world should leave us stronger than ever on the other side of this period.
Yeah, we could probably, if we look now 3 years ahead of the Trump term, and I think we could set a goal to determine whether NATO is stronger or not. I think goal number 1 is the 5% mark, and I think a lot of countries are moving towards that at 3.5% plus 1.5. Number 2, I think we should have a stronger Arctic security element, just like Chris said. And number 3, I think we should strengthen the European pillar of NATO, because what America is asking us now is to take more responsibility for our defense. So if NATO right now is, say, 60-40, let's say if we're at 50-50 or 40-60 in terms of us doing more of the conventional stuff, we're still dependent on the American nuclear umbrella, then I think NATO will have strengthened. But I think the issue of trust is something that we need to work on, as we always do in relationships.
Trust and perhaps polite language. Earlier we heard from Secretary Rubio, and I quote, "We have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline." Now, if you take a step back and look at this from the economics, purely from the numbers, when we look at Europe's share of GDP over the last 20 years, it's significantly declined. In your mind, is Europe ready to get its act together? Because if you want, it's kind of pay to play. If you want to project a strong foreign policy, you have to be able to pay for it. You need strong economies.
You're asking a question from the second happiest country in the world and the happiest country in the world. You know,
who better to answer this?
So, are you third? No.
Well, they're very happy.
Yeah. No, I sometimes, sometimes when I hear the discourse, especially of economists who are looking at accrued GDP as the save-all measurements, I think us coming from Nordic countries, we value welfare societies, which are a combination of open market economies and then clear safety nets. And if I look at our Gini coefficient, if I look at all the measures of international data, which 5 countries are in top 10, whether it's justice, whether it's least corrupt, whether it's open, whether it's welfare, whether it's environment, whether it's open media, gender equality, they are the Nordics. So I don't buy the argument that we're doing bad. I'm actually bloody happy.
And Prime Minister Sanchez, with your continually growing economy, I guess you're pretty happy.
Well, not only that. I mean, we have sun, we have great, great weather in Spain.
Snow.
But just let me add one thing. I don't understand why some, personalities of the U.S. administration see the reality of the European Union project as a threat. Because I think that, this is a fact. I think it's one of the biggest accomplishments of the 20th century. And what we have decided within the European Union is to moving forward. And I think this is for the good of the global stability and the global peace. So therefore, I don't understand why we are seen as a threat.
I don't think you're seen as a threat by the administration. You're seen as a burden, which suggests to me you need better PR.
No, I think that there's some some look at the European Union and wishing to have a more fragmented European Union, while at least these 3 representatives of the European Union were looking and working for a strongest European Union, no? And therefore, we need also to deepen our single market. We need to open ourselves to other regions, such as, this free trade agreement that we reached with Mercosur, and therefore, we need to move in this direction. So this is a reality, and the U.S. need to accept this fact, this reality, that in the future, what they will have in Europe is a more integrate Europe and European Union. So I think this is...
I'm seeing agreement from the President and Prime Minister. So do you think Donald Trump sees Europe as a threat? The European project?
Well, I think we need to, I mean, you know that I'm pro-European, pro-American, and by definition transatlanticist, so I really try to work at the transatlantic relationship. But I want to deal with the world as it is, not as I wish it would be. And I think we need to read the national security strategy of the US in November very carefully. And it has two strands. One is an ideological MAGA strand, where there is a thought that European integration is not necessarily a good thing. Accept that. And I think President Trump would agree with that. Secondly, there's a policy strand, which is America first, and then there's a pecking order. The Western Hemisphere comes first, second is in the Indo-Pacific, third is Europe, fourth is the Middle East, and five is Africa. So now we need to work on this plane, and I think we need to tie ourselves very closely with interests, with values, because ideology is shifting a little bit. So let's just work on this pragmatically.
Prime Minister.
You were asking, I mean, about NATO, and let's be honest, the only time in history where the majority of the Europeans and the Americans have been safe is when we had NATO. It's the only time in history. And of course, defense and deterrence, and therefore capabilities and economy, is a big part of that. But Article 5 is the most important thing. And there's only once in our history where we had to activate Article 5. That was because what happened in the US. The rest of the time, we have been able to provide freedom, democracy, prosperity, and wealth only because of wordings in Article 5. Because all our enemies knows that if they attack us, they will attack all of us. So spending is important, and our industrial base has to be scaled up, and we have to speed up, we have to spend much more. But maybe the most important thing, when that is secured by us as political leaders, that is our unity. And therefore to question the transatlantic relationship, or to threaten allies, or to do anything that will undermine the idea of Article 5 will be a threat to all of us. So let's stick together. That's my short advice.
And Senator, just to wrap us up, I've been coming to this conference a long time. So have you. How encouraged are you by hearing these remarks?
Look, I think it's important for us to hear each other and to remember our history, our shared sacrifice, and the potential that lies in front of us. Our adversaries are collaborating and cooperating much more closely than before. Iran, North Korea, China are supporting Russia's war of aggression, learning from it, and preparing for future aggression, quite possibly. When President Truman signed the NATO treaty on behalf of the United States, he said people of courage and vision can still determine their own destiny. As I go back to the United States Congress, I will remind my colleagues of the sacrifice and investment by so many European and Canadian partners of ours in NATO to build better societies and to build a better future for all of us. And I'll remind them that if we follow your lead, we might be happier too.
Your Excellencies, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue shortly at 4 p.m. with the panel discussion, Holding the Line, Defending Europe and Supporting Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue here in the main conference hall at 4 p.m. That's in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue shortly in the main conference hall. Please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll continue with the program shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be closing the doors to the main conference hall. Please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Security Forum, Katarzyna Pizarska.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back here in Munich for an extremely timely debate, holding the line, defending Europe, and of course, securing Ukraine. We will have a fantastic lineup of speakers, but we will start with scene setting to our wonderful debate. I would like to invite Minister Boris Pistorius, the Federal Minister of Defense of Germany. Please, Minister, join us at the scene.
President Nauseda, Deputy Prime Minister Kaczka, Minister Sikorski, Senator Slotkin, Professor Psiaska, ladies and gentlemen, my mother was a passionate, freedom-loving politician who taught me a lot about our world. She was born in 1933, a year that marks a profound rupture in German and European history. She lived through the Second World War, the collapse of a murderous regime. She had to endure displacement and expulsion, experience the division of Germany and the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Like so many in her generation, she learned firsthand how quickly the tides can turn, how fragile freedom and peace can be. This experience of fragility of the existing order shaped her life and the decisions she made as a politician. Today, international politics is teaching us a similar lesson. Nothing can be taken for granted. Freedom is under attack around the globe, and the international order is crumbling. Wars and crises are on a rise across the planet. America's focus is shifting. With it, a central building block of European security is under reconstruction. Is that a reason for pessimism? To be frank, having the United States provide for our security was never supposed to be the norm. It was always an exception. Naturally, exceptional arrangements never last forever. They are not meant to. What I take from the latest US defense strategy and the NATO defense ministers meeting this week is a sense of realistic, pragmatic, and to be honest, sober optimism. The next chapter of our partnership depends on a clear and fair distribution of responsibilities. Europe must take the lead in providing robust conventional forces and take on greater responsibility for its own neighborhood, while the United States continues to contribute strategic and nuclear backing for the foreseeable future. The US has made this new burden sharing very clear, and Europe is acting. NATO is becoming more European so that it can remain transatlantic. The alliance needs to make sense for all members. Even the United States cannot act alone in today's world of emerging great powers. It needs allies. Having more than 30 of them all united in one powerful alliance is truly unique. It makes the United States stronger than any other of the great powers, and most importantly, stronger than its adversaries. But our alliance also needs to make sense for Europe. It depends on predictability. It depends on predictability of actions, and it depends on reliability of the American commitment. Questioning the territorial sovereignty and integrity of a NATO member state, excluding European allies from negotiations that are crucial to the security on the continent, all this damages our alliance and strengthens our adversaries, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also say a few words on Rubio's vision of the world's order. Secretary Rubio, yes, our international organizations have failed to solve many crises and conflicts. But the answer cannot be for a great power to go it alone. That might work in the short term. But in a world of more competing great powers, this will definitely not work in the long term. There's a much better way. Reforming and reinvigorating international organizations, just as Marco Rubio pointed out this morning too, so that they deliver what is crucial: peace and security. We can only do that together. Ladies and gentlemen, a strong and capable alliance is particularly crucial given the many interconnected threats and uncertainties we face. In Europe's southern neighborhood, we are confronted with a complex mix of fragile states and terrorism, as a recent resurgence of ISIS in Iraq has shown. It is easy but dangerous to overlook these simmering threats, considering the huge blow they can strike at both Europe's and America's security. In the East, we are faced with a highly armed and aggressive military power with the world's largest nuclear arsenal at its disposal. Russia is driven by raw power, revisionism, and egoism. Nowhere does this become more apparent than its brutal war of aggression in Ukraine. Moscow is not acting alone. It is pursuing the revisionist agenda by cooperating with China, Iran, North Korea. It is trying to use international fora such as BRICS and turn them into anti-Western blocs. Up north, Russia and China are getting ready to project military and economic power in the Arctic. In the event of an escalation in Europe, Russia would most likely use its northern fleet to open a second front, cut transatlantic supply chains, and threaten both sides of the Atlantic with nuclear submarines. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world of fragility, we cannot afford complacency. This is why Germany drastically increased its defense spending. To do so, we took a really huge step. We amended our constitution. This speaks volumes of how serious we are about our commitment to security and defense in and for Europe. We will reach our new defense spending target of 3.5% by 2029. We reformed our military service law. This will lead to a much stronger active forces and more resilient reserve. We are meeting NATO's targets on investment, procurement, and readiness. We have significantly scaled up investments in our defense industry, expanded production capacities, and streamlined our procurement processes. Germany today is guided by determination and strength. But one thing, ladies and gentlemen, never change. We will not act alone, but always in close coordination with our allies as a reliable partner. Division is weakness, especially when facing revisionist powers. We cannot allow internal or external powers to drive a wedge into our alliance. It is unity that gives us strength, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why Germany is working towards building unity at the heart of NATO and the heart of Europe. That is why we are deploying a full combat-ready brigade to Lithuania. That is why we are strengthening maritime security with Canada, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland in the North Atlantic. That is why we are now the largest supporter of Ukraine. And that is why our support for Ukraine will not waver, even as Putin's brutal war of aggression is entering its fifth year now. And when it comes to the future of Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, 3 points are crucial in my view. First, we will keep looking for paths to a reliable peace, because Ukraine's future is fundamental, not just to European security, but to global security. We need a peace deal that safeguards both Ukraine's and our European interests. Second, the ball is in Putin's court. He is the one who is dragging out negotiations and is showing no willingness to compromise. He is shifting the cost of war to his own people. But he must not be mistaken. We will continue doing everything in our power to protect Ukraine as an independent, sovereign European nation. We will keep up the pressure politically, economically, and militarily. And third, we will have peace. And when, not if, this day comes, we will have to make this peace last. We will have to shield Ukraine from any potential future aggression by Russia. To accomplish this huge task, Ukraine needs substantial, reliable security guarantees. And it was, in fact, Marco Rubio who made an important point in 2014 before the US Senate. He reminded everyone that the 1994 Budapest Memorandum did ultimately not serve the purpose of providing for Ukraine's security. Quite the opposite. 20 years later, Russia invaded and annexed Crimea. Therefore, our lesson for today, ladies and gentlemen, must be we cannot afford another paper tiger like the Budapest Memorandum. To provide credible and reliable security guarantees, all of us, European and Americans, have to deliver. Europe and Germany stand ready to play their part. Ladies and gentlemen, when listening to today's and yesterday's speeches at this conference, I am once again reminded of my mother's biography. She lived through the radical destruction of the German democracy and the international order, because not enough people in Germany and elsewhere stood up to those who wanted to destroy and replace it with their barbarian ideology of war and suppression. But she also witnessed the emergence of a new, stable, free and rules-based order, thanks to the dedication of those who worked to establish it. This brought peace and freedom to large parts of Europe. There were times when we Europeans took this all for granted, and when we did too little to support the precious order, when we dwelled on our weakness, when we complained, when we criticized each other for inaction. And Radoslav, we all remember your famous words about German inactivity. The reality today is very different. Combined European armies outnumber any other army in the world. We are spending much more on defense than ever before. Our defense industry produces top-tier equipment. We are taking our future into our own hands in the areas of joint capability development and procurement financing. But, to be clear and honest, there's room for more, for much more. I want German and European security and defense policy to be more effective and more hard-edged. I want Europe to be more than a strong economic force. It must develop more military power. It must take over more responsibility for its own security. I want our actions to be better coordinated internationally, and I want them to be more visible. I want security to be not just a whole of government, but a whole of society matter. This is key to building real resilience in Europe. I want us to be able to pursue our own interests and to stay the course even when the going gets tough. With the debates over Greenland, we have proven that we are capable, ladies and gentlemen, of doing so. We have to reform and harden our international organizations so that they can better deliver. We have to do more to strengthen our institutions and conventions, with both our traditional and potential new partners and, if need be, just us Europeans. In a less reliable world, we need more reliable politics. Our strongest currency in this world is reliability. In times of fragility and transition, when few things can be taken for granted, I want Europe to be a reliable anchor for other nations, a continent supporting and shaping an international order as a basis for peace and freedom, and, equally important, providing for its own security. Let us show what we Europeans are capable of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Pistorius. And now I would like to invite our distinguished panel to join us here. First and foremost, the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Please, Mr. President, please join us here. Second, Mr. Taras Kaczka, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Transatlantic Integration. Next, the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Radosław Sikorski. And last but definitely not least, Elisa Stolkin, I'm so sorry, the Senator, U.S. Senator, member of the Senate Committee on Armed Services, the United States. Thank you, Senator, for joining us here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me maybe start for allowing to take the floor to our Ukrainian guests here. Prime Minister Kaczka, if you could tell us what is the current situation in Ukraine and how has this hardest winter of all affected the civilian population?
Thank you for inviting and for this question. I think it's difficult to add to the description of situation that as it was done by President Zelensky, but I think that there is one thing that I would like from government to highlight, that the biggest target of Russia this winter is energy, and it's already 4th year they attack our energy, but this time it's like very tough, so that they use every type of missiles, ballistics, so there's the hypersonic, so that like drones and massive things. And what we see is that we are capable to to defend ourselves, but technologically, so that we have two tactics. First is, as it was on the screens during President's speech, is to repair our energy system. But you need to have a stocks of equipment in order to repair, so that's why we grab literally everything we can use in Europe, especially the equipment that is not used, obsolete, old-style equipment, to repair. And we will repair our energy till the moment that we will have stocks for equipment. And it is difficult to do because Russia is destroying, literally like attempts to destroy the energy system to the level that is not repairable. But we will not give up and we will continue to do so. Second big thing is that we are able to intercept, so that together with your support, with US equipment, European equipment, we can intercept almost everything, but also the question is the scale. So we need missiles to Patriots, to some TRST, to other equipment, and with enough stocks we will be able to intercept. So now we are not successful in this, so that's why our pledge is like help us more, because this quantity is meta now, so this winter. So that's why this is the request. But what happens in Ukraine, so that the situation when you continue to make joke that out of free electricity, water or heat you can choose two is already optimism. A lot of people in Ukraine cannot choose nothing, so they have nothing, no water, no electricity, no heat in a very harsh winter. So why it is important for Russians? So Russia wants to use winter as a weapon. They have this memory of this because they defend them during Napoleon time. I don't know, so that. But now they are aggressor. They are trying to use winter as a weapon. We are not going to give up, and if we will survive this winter, this course will be done as well as their ballistic missiles if we have equipment. But now, so that life in Ukraine, especially in Kyiv, is that you have no choice. If you want to have a hot tea, you will wake up at 3 a.m. because you have electricity and you have your tea, and you try to maintain it till through the day. Or if you want to go to shower, so it's like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. When you have electricity, when you have water, you can do this. But we have whole districts where you have nothing at all. So like 5 kilometers from my apartment, so we have a district Troyeshina where a lot of people have no access because the power generation was destroyed to the level that they cannot help. And we really appreciate all the help with generators, with other resilience units and other helps, humanitarian help that is provided by citizens of Europe, governments of Europe, and I think with your support we will survive. And just to complete on this, I think that this is the picture of humanitarian catastrophe. But the morale of society is still very high. So no one is saying that we are ready to give up. So no social polls, not private opinions. No one is saying so that enough. We are not ready to fight against Russia. So that's time to do it. No, the situation is absolutely different. So that's why our position remains the same. We are ready to fight. We are ready to protect ourselves. Please help us with all necessary security guarantee, and let's fight for the stable and just peace as it is requested by our president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that really informs us on the current situation. But to the president, when I listen to Prime Minister Kaczka, I feel anger. Because on the one side, you see resilient people fighting for their country, but then no nation should have to go through 4 years of this. And we see that the fourth winter is the worst winter so far, and nothing is changing. It seems like the situation for Ukrainians is becoming worse. Have we failed?
Yes, the Deputy Prime Minister described the situation quite well, and I can only imagine what is the situation in the flats of ordinary people where the temperature is, let's say, 2 or 3 degrees plus. We can only imagine living here in the European countries. For us, it was pretty clear from the very beginning. This is also about emotions, but emotions do not help. If emotions lead to the decisions, then emotions are constructive. So this was the reason why Lithuania was the first country to deliver the first weapons to Ukraine, even 2 weeks before the war broke out. I visited Kiev actually last day before the war started, together with former President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. And since then, I saw the big transformation of the thinking of European nations regarding the Ukraine. We started from the discussions, should we deliver the helmets, should we deliver life jackets or something else? And now where we are. We are in the situation where we are talking about the delivering of deep strike capabilities, missiles, air defense systems, ammunition. Yes, they are still in lack of these goods, and we try to do our best in order to support them consequently. But what is my thinking, and Russia is proving every day that Russia is not ready for the peace. And I don't think that they will be ready to peace negotiations. I don't know, maybe in 27, 28, but not in 26. Because all the actions show that they are just imitating the negotiations process and at the same time trying to break the morale of Ukrainian people. Yes, they are not successful by doing this. This is good side, but this is at the cost of suffering of Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian people, brave Ukrainian people. I really admire this nation. This nation is exceptional, being able to withstand this huge pressure of big country, big aggressor 4 years in a row. But without our support, they will be not able to succeed. So what is needed right now? Our support, continuous support, our readiness and our unity with our transatlantic partner too. And we try to do it in European Union formats. I am the member of European Council. I am happy that we were able to take the decision regarding 90 billion euros as a military support to Ukraine. Not always we are successful. Sometimes we face some delays. We face differences in the opinions. But we are ready to provide these decisions, and we are ready to stay with Ukraine until the end of the war.
Thank you. Prime Minister Sikorski, I think we all agree here that we don't believe in Russia's intention to end this conflict anytime soon. Where do you think we're going to be a year from now, sitting at this stage? Where would we want to be, and where are we going to be? And what can we do today to make sure that Ukraine will not be going for a fifth year of war and a fifth winter that might be even more devastating than this one?
I'll answer your question, but let me make two brief points first. First of all, I'd like to associate myself with what Minister Pistorius said, that it was natural for the United States to be in the lead in these negotiations when the United States was providing the bulk of the military assistance. And the United States was also brave and effective in deploying strategic intelligence to deprive the Russians of the casus belli in the days before the war and in the early days of the war. But I would like particularly our American guests to know, because it's not fully in the American infosphere, we are now paying for this war. The American outlay for the war for last year was close to zero. We are buying American weapons to be delivered to Ukraine. There is no package in the US Congress, and that there isn't even the prospect of a package. If we are paying, if this is affecting our security, not just Ukraine's, then we deserve the seat at the table, because the outcome of this war will affect us. Number two, consider what these attacks on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities tell you about Putin's ideology. The whole invasion was justified on the pseudo-Tsarist and Soviet grounds of Ukrainians being really just misguided Russians. If we get united, they'll see the light. So they were a brotherly kind of peasant version of Russians. And Kiev was really a Russian city. So Putin is now bombing his brothers and bombing a Russian city. I think that shows you that this is in fact a colonial war. He is just bent on conquering Ukraine again. This is the third attempt. In the 19th century, they banned the printing of Ukrainian books. In the 20th century, they caused an artificial famine in which 5 million people were murdered, and the entire culture-bearing Ukrainian class was obliterated in the 1930s, and this is the third attempt. And now to your question. Putin says he wants peace, and in a sense, every dictator and every conqueror wants peace. If you give up and you capitulate, you'll have peace. But the question is, under what conditions? And Russia can tolerate Ukrainianness as a sort of provincial version, a Russian folklore. But Russia cannot tolerate Ukraine, or at least Putin cannot, as a nation with its own identity, history, interests, including security interests, and its own desire to integrate with other organizations than Russia's. And the question in this war is, who will crack first? And Ukrainians are showing that they're not cracking on the front line. Russian advances are tiny. And history teaches us that bombing populations doesn't work. The Luftwaffe didn't break the spirit of London. The Royal Air Force didn't break the will to fight of the people of Germany. In fact, they get stiffened. So the real question is, when will Putin run out of resources to carry out this war? And cracks are beginning to show in the Russian economy. We have given Ukraine 90 billion euros. That should be enough to sustain them for 2 years. If we gave them 10 or 20 billion more, they could actually get their defense industry up to full capacity and then the fight would be more equal.
Thank you very much. We'll go back. We'll come back to the state of the Russian economy and the state of Russia in just a moment, but I wanted to hear from Minister Pistorius, actually, when Minister Sikorski says that we deserve a place at the negotiating table. How do we do that? And when are we going to be sitting at the negotiating table?
I have no idea, to be honest, because it's not up to us.
But we're paying the bill.
We are paying the bill, but we are not paying the bill to Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin refuses to negotiate with Europeans. And the Americans let that happen. That is our problem at the moment, at least from my perspective. Washington lets that happen. We can't push ourselves at the negotiation table when Putin is not willing to talk with us. And again, Washington lets that happen. So what we should do is to confirm our will every day that we will proceed supporting Ukraine. And this is what we really need to focus on, especially when I think about the last UDCGs and the last contributions. We need more, we need it faster, we need it more efficiently. And I mean, we just have been talking about air defense and the attacks on Kiev every night, and killing people in their apartments because they die by cold. We need to get faster in scaling our production in the US and in Europe to be able to deliver and to provide more and faster what is needed so urgently when it comes to air defense. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the morale of the brave Ukrainian people might break finally.
Thank you. Senator, I know this is not probably a question to you, but we have to ask it. Why is Washington not letting the Europeans be at the negotiating table and listening to Vladimir Putin, who's saying a tough no?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer a rhetorical question, but I think it's not hidden to anyone here at the Munich Security Conference that the United States is going through something. That we have, is anyone missing that?
Tell us more.
Is anyone missing that? So I think we're going through something at a fundamental level in our democracy. And because of that, we're going through something profound as it relates to foreign policy. It's the theme of this entire conference, or every side conversation at least.
Under destruction.
So, right. So I think and when it comes to Ukraine, given where we were a year ago, right, for those of you who were here and the vice president came and stood on this stage and gave a speech, I was sitting up there. I mean, like the breath fell out of my lungs. A year later, we still have this good cop, bad cop, what do we want to do with Ukraine from the White House? Right? Do we want to pull completely back, give it to the Europeans, not our problem? Or quite the opposite, do we feel like it's extremely important to bring this to some sort of resolution? You can talk to 3 different Americans and get 4 different opinions, okay? So I think that's why you don't have Europeans at the table, and we have a saying, I used to work at the Pentagon, that you don't talk about them without them. And if you want the Europeans to be part of the ultimate settlement, which we desperately do, which the president says he does, then of course the Europeans should be at the table. But the fundamentals of the conflict, where the Ukrainians have fought so bravely, changed the nature of tactical warfare, I think, with what they have done. I mean, we're all learning lessons from the Ukrainians. But let's not mistake that the fundamental question is, are we willing to exert more military or economic pain on Vladimir Putin? And because we're a mess back home in the United States, because we don't know the answer to that question, we're in this merry-go-round. And you're not on it with us. When you come on, it's not any more organized. We have to answer that fundamental question, and that's something we're deeply grappling with in the United States.
And while at it, I'll give the floor in a moment to Minister Sikorski, but we see, and we've been told many times during the last 2 days, that the American people continue to support Ukraine, that there's actually an increase in the pollings when it comes to support. Majority of Americans actually don't know that there's now 0 funding coming from the United States. But what would you, or what are you as the Senator of the United States doing to actually convince the majorities to push for example, in the Senate, some of these aid packages, sanction packages.
Yeah, well, I come from the state of Michigan. We happen to have a lot of Ukrainian Michiganders, so it's never far from people's minds, especially in certain communities. But I think while the American people may not follow the day-to-day in Ukraine, I'm going to be honest with you, right? They're worried about their kids, their, house, whether they're going to be able to live a middle-class life. We are struggling deeply with that in the United States. They do understand power, and they understand a bully. And they understand that sometimes, we all want the conflict in Ukraine to end, and sometimes in order for it to end, you have to exert more pressure, right? For a short time in order to bring it to a conclusion. But if you keep going around the merry-go-round, it just extends out the stress, the pain, the suffering, the killing. So they may not understand the day-to-day, but I think if there were leaders who were willing to articulate that in order to bring this to a conclusion, we must get in deeper in putting that pressure on a bully, they would understand that basic power conversation.
Do you see those leaders?
Do I what?
Do you see those leaders?
See them. I mean, again, I'll answer whatever rhetorical question you want, but I was almost indicted last week by my government. So we are going through something profound, and we will get through it. I believe to my core we will get through it, but we will have to hit rock bottom before we come back up, and we're going to have to fight for it. So no, I don't see a clear, straight line to getting those answers. But many of us feel very passionate. We are here because we feel very passionately that our interests with Europe are aligned, and that allowing Vladimir Putin to roll over Ukraine is not just horrible for Ukraine, it's horrible for Europe and horrible for us.
Minister Sikorski.
Europe should be at the table because the stakes are incredibly high. It's not that just the future of Ukraine, it's not just the security of the eastern flank, it is about the place of Europe in the future distribution of power in the world. In other words, who will be the third leg of global distribution? China, United States, and Russia, or the European Union? Don't ask me which I would prefer. And to my mind, President Trump is not wrong when he says that in this more brutal world, you need to show your cards. The United States would give itself more cards to pressure Putin into a deal by, for example, delivering tomahawks to Ukrainians. And the decision was apparently quite close a couple of months ago. Tauruses would help too. But as Europe, what we should say is that if the US forces Ukraine into an unfair deal, we will continue with our commitment to Ukraine, and it is Ukraine that will decide when to make a deal. And then we will not be able to be ignored by Putin, because we will then become the main provider to Ukraine.
Very good point. Thank you very much, Minister. I'll bring back Minister Kaczka here to the discussion. Unfortunately, many leaders around the world, people believe that Russia is invincible. That for some reason, Russia wins every war at the end of the game because of its, willingness to take the long-haul perspective and sacrifice. What do you say as a Ukrainian to these people?
First, I think that with Minister Sikorski, I think we can say that Soviet Union collapsed in Afghanistan. Yeah, so that's also an example that not every war was won. Yeah, and I think that my personal thing is I always highlight that Russia was able to win the war when Ukraine was part of Russian Empire. So with us, it is possible. Against us, it is impossible. So that's why I think that we all need to understand that we are at the table of negotiations, so that Europe, and why? Because what we are talking now, so that whether everyone believes that we have really systemic negotiations with Russia. Even Secretary Rubio today said that he rather doubts about the position of Russia. We are at the moment when we are thinking, doing, finding a way how to force Russia to be at the table of negotiations. It is impossible without European pressure. It was impossible without US pressure in terms of sanctions, and we had a lot of tactical discuss. But it's also impossible without showing that we have really strong security guarantees. And these security guarantees should be designed, developed, and implemented as a first initial step before the negotiations, just to show Russia that they cannot win against us, but they definitely will lose if we are all together. And we have these security guarantees as a political, legal, but also practical commitment. Practical commitment in terms of training, in terms of establishing our cooperation, but also supplying weapons. So that's why what is happening now is a creation of this environment and this universe for negotiations, and we are all at the table. So despite the actual setting of the meetings in Geneva, for example, because we still need to create an environment when Russia literally negotiates and not pretend that it negotiates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yes.
Just on the point of fact, Mazepa was with Charles XII during the Great Northern War, and yet the Russians won at Poltava. So, but since then, it's been a better run. So the Russians lost the Crimean War, the Russians lost the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians were knocked out of World War I, the Russians lost at the Battle of Warsaw when they tried to conquer Europe, the Russians lost in Afghanistan, I saw it, and the Russians lost the Cold War. So no, the Russians don't always win, and, but there is good news. Every time after they've lost, and in fact only then, there are reforms.
Thank you, Minister. President, and this question actually goes to President Ausala, but also to both of the ministers. Of course, that Russia understands only strength, but it has tested us as European Union countries, as NATO countries, over the last 4 years, and specifically this year, to a huge extent. It's not only arson attacks, sabotage. We saw in Poland 20 over drones flying into our airspace. Do you think we're sending a signal to Russia that we're ready to retaliate for this kind of behavior? Because so far, our societies say we're not doing enough in this matter.
I will refer to that, return to this question, but I would like to say that Russia lost one more war in 1990 as my country regained the independence, and we survived the events of January 13th, and other Baltic countries also regained their independence. I think Russia is not as successful as pretends to be, and now I think we have to look more carefully to the economy of Russia. What is happening there. And I think that they are in the situation of stagflation. That every economist will say that stagflation is a very dangerous situation where you have no tools how to repair the situation. If you increase the interest rates, you will contribute to diminishing and dropping of economic activity. If you will reduce interest rates, inflation will be even higher. So the living standard is going down, especially in the regions of Russian Federation. But you know, this is a country where you can just ignore the needs of the people because you don't have the election process. You have no democracy. We all in Western countries, we would lose the elections if the economy would be in such a bad shape, but not in Russia, at least for the time being. Now,
so where is the pain? Where
is the pain? Where's the pain? I think the pain, the line of the pain is not far away. But, of course, Russia is still on the way to this situation. Now, please remind me your question.
Hybrid warfare.
Hybrid war.
Arson.
Yes, you know, we are very good specialists in this regard because Lithuania has very long border with Belarus, close ally, close proxy with Russian Federation. And we have also 120 kilometers borderline with Kaliningrad region. So all the time, we are exposed to different kinds of hybrid attacks, no matter, in 2021 it was illegal migration, artificially created problem by Alexander Lukashenko, sending the people from Middle East, from North Africa to Minsk, then from Minsk to the border. And we could see the officials and employees of Alexander Lukashenko regime instructing them how to cross the border, how to destabilize the situation at the border. Then later, now we are suffering the flights of balloons, meteor balloons, actually for smuggling purpose, for cigarettes, but actually...
But are we responding effectively? Do you think the Russians are getting the signal that we're responding?
Solutions, and we count on the European Union flagship initiatives like Eastern Flank Watch. And I think the more successful we are, because this is, yes, this is really the threat to our society. Society is under threat. Society is asking politicians what to do. Do you have enough tools to respond to it? But I think those hybrid attacks contribute that we are looking for the solutions on European Union level. And this is a good point, that we are ready to respond, we are ready to take the solutions, and we are looking forward. I think we should understand that Belarus should be included in the sanctions list, sanctions which were imposed on the Russian Federation, because this country is destabilizing and destabilizing the situation at the border deliberately.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
Thank you. The same, very shortly, Minister Pistorius, Minister Sikorski, are we doing enough? Are we able to take our gloves off when it comes to responding? Germany also had drones over your airports, many other attacks in the cyberspace. You know, are we signaling Russia the way we should?
At least we started doing so. We're speeding up, we're ramping up, we're becoming better and better every day by developing new technologies, by procuring what is available, so we are better every day. And at the same time, I would fully agree with Mr. Nausėdas, Mr. President, that it is a European issue in the first place, because it is not a national, can't be a national issue for smaller or bigger countries in Europe. We all know that disinformation, fake news, and hybrid warfare does not stop at frontiers of some single small countries. And the third point I would like to raise is, it is a matter of mindset in our societies, how we react to that, how serious we take what's going on. And for my country, I can say, I really have been seeing in the last years an incredible, at least 3 years ago or 5 years ago, an incredible change of mindset in terms of that. The society is getting more and more resilient, and at the same time, of course, hoping and praying for peace, but more and more resilient, and that is what we need, more resilient societies.
Thank you very much. I want to take 2 or 3 questions, but please, Minister, and then very shortly on this.
I think Putin makes a mistake by provoking us through hybrid activities, because it stiffens our resistance and allows us to have higher defense budgets. But what he does is incredibly active. You've had assassinations in Germany, in Britain. We've all had arsons. We've had attempted arsons on board airliners. We have cutting of cables and pipelines at sea. We've had the suppression of GPS signal. We've had an attempt to explode rail lines under a moving train on a high escarpment. People would have died were it not for the incompetence of the assailants. And we've had mass intrusions of Russian drones and cruise missiles into our airspace. This is all forcing us to take countermeasures. And there are further things that we could do. So I've closed down 3 Russian consulates. We've restricted the movement of Russian diplomats in Poland. We still have over 2,000 Russian diplomats. Our security services think up to 40% of them are spies. We should not be tolerating them. They should not benefit from the freedom of movement across the Schengen zone, which they are trying to destroy. And we've also spent almost €1 billion on building a big and beautiful fence on our border with Belarus, through which they were pushing migrants on purpose. So it's all costing us. It's all making us more resilient, but there are more things that we could do together.
Absolutely. Thank you, Taras, very briefly.
I would like to say that we are still not doing enough because the war is continuous and the threats are continuous, but the dynamic is extremely positive. I totally agree that even like previous conference and this conference, the mood is absolutely different. So we have very practical things. So that's why I think that we need to also pay attention to the dynamics, yes, so that how fast we are changing, how fast we are moving. That's important now, because I think that there is already a consensus that we are moving proper direction, we are doing right things, but these dynamics, the tempo is the most important element, and here we see some risks, yes, so that's because of Europe always like a little bit slower than everyone expects, yes, but...
So let's take some questions. If we can take them together, I'm already seeing here 2 and 3. So let's start with the lady in the red, Lisa. The floor is yours.
Lisa Jasko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. A quick question to the President of Lithuania and also Minister Sikorski. If Poland or Lithuania will be invaded, what specifically would you expect from NATO or non-NATO countries to defend you? Thank you.
And before you answer, we'll take 2 more questions from our Munich young leader here. Ellie, please introduce yourself and ask your question.
From the French Institute of International Relations. Minister Sikorski, you reminded us that the EU, or Europeans in general, have been paying for this war over the last year. The EU has finally secured a 90 billion loan for Ukraine to be spent over the next 2 years, I believe. Now, there seems to be a conversation among Europeans about how to spend these, whether
question,
on
please.
Ukrainian industry, European industry, or American defense industry. To the whole panel, thank you.
Thank you, and it's also to the whole panel, but I can't say no to Gary Kasparov. I'm sorry, I have a soft spot there. Gary, the floor is yours. And then we'll take the 4th question.
Question to Minister Pistorius, just following your presentation. Germany is about to spend tens, maybe hundreds of billions of euros on defense, on military procurement. Are you going to prepare for the old war or for a new one? Are you going to spend on something that doesn't make any sense, but it's online, and of course, are you willing to go against massive business interests that will push the waste of the money, instead of going with Ukrainians and start providing new technology to fight effective war against Russians?
Thank you, and at the back there, please.
I have a question to Senator Slotkin, Łukasz Pawłowski, Polish MFA. You said that US society is going through something and that it is going to hit the rock bottom before it comes back up. Would you care to define what the rock bottom is?
So let us start with Senator Slotkin, please.
Sure. I mean, look, I think I'm sitting in a room full of people who come from active democracies. Some of you have fought very hard for your democracies. We are in a struggle for our democracy. It's not the first time in our 250 years, but it is certainly the most real one of my lifetime. And I think what we're seeing happen right now is as things deteriorate, for instance, in Minneapolis, right? It is hitting something in the American consciousness, a sort of barometer for authoritarianism that they instinctively look at and don't like. Now, because of confusion over years on what media source to listen to, what political party you come from, people are very, they're very unsure about what they read. But when they see it with their own eyes, that is something fundamentally different. And that's why you just saw President Trump very quietly slink out of Minneapolis, because he understands it is just deeply unpopular, not just with Democrats, but with independents, Republicans, and people of all stripes. The more he overplays that authoritarianism, the more people can see it with their own eyes, the more they say, look, I voted for him because I wanted a better economy. I thought we would get it that way, but I didn't sign up for this. And I come from a state that just voted for Donald Trump. So I understand this. So I can't tell you the exact ways and the definition of rock bottom. But I will tell you, I stand here as an American senator feeling very concerned about the 2026 elections in November. He is telling us what he wants to do. He is laying it out for us, and it is up to the Americans to believe him, right? That just like in 2020, he said, if I don't win, then it wasn't a free and fair election. He is repeating the playbook, now threatening to put uniformed federal agents around polling locations. I mean, he's telling us the playbook. So the question is, what are we gonna do as Americans to defend our democracy that we helped invent? Okay? And that, to me, that process that's going on right now, which is playing out in front of all of you, it's not like we like coming here and talking to you about the difficulties in our own country. No one likes to do that. But it is playing out in front of you, and the question is, will the American people, and when will the American people feel like the issues of democracy are actually not someone else's issues, their kitchen table issues, they affect my everyday life, my safety, my family, my security, my livelihood. When that happens, you will see the American people push back in a profound way, as you've seen in places like Minneapolis. That is the process we are in right now. I can't define it for you, but it is happening before our eyes.
Thank you very much, Senator. We have 5 minutes left, so 1 minute per speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your clarity.
1 minute per speaker. You can answer the question, or you can just engage in the debate we're having currently about the United States.
I'll ask the question from the Ukrainian parliamentarian about what I would expect to happen if Russian tanks crossed the border. Well, we joined NATO for common defense. So in the sense, there's an easy answer. If they cross the border, start killing NATO citizens, Polish citizens, we would expect the North Atlantic Council to meet and to activate the contingency plan. And after that, the plan is very easy. We win, they lose.
That's a good plan, Minister. Minister Pistorius. So how do we win, they lose?
Very brief to the question in terms of procurement. When we started, we had huge gaps of almost everything, and we need to fill them as soon as fast as possible. And at the same time, of course, we know that the war of the future is not just described. If anybody had told us 5 years ago that drones would play such a relevant and crucial role, nobody would have believed or could have imagined that. So therefore, we should do and will do everything which is necessary to anticipate what might happen. And that means more investment in innovation, more investment in new technologies, more cooperation with startups, and more cooperation between startups and the Bundeswehr, more clarity in the view to the future, what might be needed, and to learn from Ukraine. Joint ventures with Ukraine are crucial for us and really very critical. We learn every day from the experience of our Ukrainian friends on the battlefield, and this is what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the President, and the last word will be to Ukraine. President, do you agree we win, they lose? That's the strategy.
Look, don't think that the brave people live only in Ukraine. The brave people live in Lithuania too. We were struggling for our freedom 50 years in a row, and we regained our independence. So in the case of invasion, first of all, we will make the life of aggressor as painful as possible. And then, of course, we will count on the support, first of all, of Article 5, NATO, and we are doing a lot in order to build this so-called wall of deterrence together with our friends, Germany, brigade, Mr. Pistorius mentioned brigade, deployment of German brigade. We have 2 American battalions on the rotational basis, and we are ready to establish Lithuanian National Division until 2030. We are ready, we will win, they will lose.
Thank you very much. And Taras.
I think that first and foremost, we need to bear in mind that everything we did successfully, we did together and with your support. So that's why we all are brave, and we already proved it. We are stronger than we are perceived, and we also prove it. We need not to think what will happen or when it happens, but we need to work now to deter with sanctions, with all the policies. So that's true. And on money, I think that we need to understand that the real cost of a year of war for us and for all of us is more than 100 billion of US dollars. So that's why 90 billion is like is not all the money that unfortunately we will need to spend on defense. And this is also one of the biggest question of security guarantee on how to finance these defense things, but this is rather for all thinkers for many months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen. Holding the line, defending Europe and supporting Ukraine. Let's give a huge round of applause to our panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the conference hall will continue at 5:30 p.m. with the conversation Western Hemisphere, Security in the Americas. Ladies and gentlemen, half an hour of coffee break. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. We'll continue with the program shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the broadcaster and author at National Public Radio, Mary Louise Kelly.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. We all win the prize for sticking it out through the afternoon while we peeled off for cocktail hour at the so grateful. Not so long ago, many of you know, the big U.S. Can you hear me better now? All right. Let's start over. Thank you for sticking it out and not leaving us for cocktail hour. That comes next. I'm Mary Louise Kelly. I host NPR's All Things Considered. I also host our national security podcast, Sources and Methods, and we have been spending a lot of time lately talking about Venezuela for obvious reasons. So far, in this second term, President Trump has been leaning hard, as you know, into the Western Hemisphere, into American dominance in the Western Hemisphere, asserting, to put it simply, that America can do more or less what it wants in its own backyard. We have all watched the threats on Greenland. We had tracked the attack on Venezuela. There are questions about who may be next, where this goes. And this is not a passing fancy for this White House. This is not a blip. It is enshrined in the U.S. National Security Strategy, which came out last fall. 3 months ago, it was released. And that strategy discusses how the U.S. will reassert and enforce American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere. So I want to invite the Western Hemisphere in the form of 4 of you. Come on up to stage. I'm going to invite the panel to come. There's a chair with each of your name on it. You'll find it. Welcome. We're going to talk through what it looks like to have the U.S. reasserting American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere and how closely your vision of your hemisphere aligns or doesn't with the very muscular policy that we are watching from the current occupant of the White House. Let me introduce, let's go down the line and just make sure that you know who you're hearing from. Diana Fernandez-Molero is a member of the Commission on Foreign Relations and Worship, Chamber of Deputies in the Parliament of Argentina. Welcome. Next to her, Ruben Gallego, United States Senator, a Democrat from Arizona. And among your committees, you're on the Committee for Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. Welcome. Nice to see you outside of Washington. Next to him, Paulo Rangel, who is Portugal's Minister of State and Foreign Affairs. Welcome to you. And right next to me, on my right, Arnaldo Andre Tinoco, who is Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship in beautiful Costa Rica. Welcome. Start with Venezuela. I'm going to put you on the spot. Show of hands. Do you support what the U.S. just did in Venezuela, the removal of Nicolas Maduro? Do you support it?
Sorry, I saw that Ruben Gallego, sorry. I mean, that's a difficult question, but I would like to say that I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. A lot of Venezuelans, exiles, live there. I mean, their children go with mine children, and I mean, we share a lot. We share the life with them. And that day, the January 6th, they were chanting in the streets. That was a relief for many of them. So that's a perspective, the human perspective, that we should take into account, into consideration, because sometimes we talk about multilateral order and rule-based order, and maybe we are missing the people. We are missing the real life. These organizations help their life. Do they work for them? And I think that's something that we have to bear in mind. The democratic path was tried. It was exhausted, actually, and it didn't work. UN organization was, collecting all these criminal records that had the civil rights violations, but nothing happened. It was all diagnosis. Nothing happened. So we didn't have to think of that as a precedent, but as something that it's a red flag. I mean, it was extreme case. Venezuela, I mean, it was a humanitarian catastrophe. It's not a precedent. We need to use that to a red flag and to think about how the regular diplomatic things could work better, again, for the people, for the real people, and not just for the documents that we
and
publish.
I thank you for putting human rights and real people on the table from the beginning of this conversation. Thank you. Senator. Good idea, bad idea to attack Venezuela and
look,
take
bad
the
idea how it went down. And look, Maduro is a bad person. He's been doing bad things forever. Why was this a bad precedent? Let's not look at what happened in Venezuela. Let's look at what happened just after Venezuela. So right after that happened, what did President Trump say? Colombia, a country that is rich in democracy, one of our closest alliances in the world. The president accused the president of Colombia of being involved with the drug trade, right? So essentially, ostensibly setting up the reason for why they went after Maduro, right? So the reason why we need to stick to a rules-based order, even though there are emotional pools, without a doubt, we're humans, right? Of course we're gonna feel that. And I have a lot of Venezuelan friends that have their opinions. I'm also Colombian, my mom's Colombian, and you know, Colombia is deeply affected by this too. But when you are allowing this type of escapism of the rules-based order, you create this adventurism for potential leaders like Donald Trump. And sometimes it will be in your favor, and then sometimes it will not. But then what happens when China decides that Taiwan now is suddenly, the president of Taiwan is suddenly a criminal? Would that be their justification for them to actually send in their special forces to regime change? We wouldn't like that. So again, glad he's gone. But the violation of rules-based order is something that should really concern everyone that actually lives, dies, and prospers by the rules-based order.
Yeah. Foreign Minister Rangel, your thoughts on what just happened in Venezuela, and I guess how it is playing in your country?
Well, I have to say that this is a very, very important matter for Portugal, because we have a Portuguese community of 500,000 people in Venezuela. Mm-hmm. So this has always a major impact in our public opinion and in a lot of families that have either Portuguese descendants or even Portuguese citizens. And it's a very active community. And so this represents 0.5% of our population, if you look at this. So our population in Portugal is 10 million, and you have 500,000 that are in Venezuela, not from this 10 million, of course, is added value. But so this is a very delicate issue for us. Then let me say, it is clear that we have to respect international law and the Charter of United Nations. So for a country like Portugal, this is very clear. But when then you have, but we know very well what was the Maduro's regime, what it means. We never recognized his election, and so this is also quite clear for us. But then when this happened, there is something that is different from other situations, because I would say, we can say the international law was broken. Mm-hmm. Very well. But now, how are you going to repair this? And nobody is defending that Maduro should come again to be president of Venezuela.
Delcy Rodriguez has thoughts on that.
So this means that for us that have 500,000 people there, that are either Portuguese nationals or belong to the Portuguese community, we are thinking about the future. So what is most important for us now is that we have a proper transition to democracy, and that Venezuela can have their own sovereignty reinstalled. So we are looking forward to the future arrangements that will allow to restore democracy in Venezuela and to restore Venezuela's sovereignty. To allow that, for instance, something that happened that was the highest or the biggest movement of refugees in almost all history, and especially in Americas, that happened with Chavez and especially with Maduro's regime, that we can bring these people again to Venezuela, that has all the conditions to be a very prosperous and rich country. So we are focusing more on the future than really on the situation that happened on the 3rd of January. So what I would like to say, it's clear that there was a break, that the international law was broken, but the way to reintegrate, to restore international law is not to bring again Maduro. So this means that probably it's not so white and black as people normally say.
It's
because otherwise you'd say, okay, to restore the integrity of international law, the former president should become president again. And nobody says that.
Mr. Foreign Minister, I want to give you the chance to answer this question. And I also wonder, and we will move on from Venezuela because there's a lot of other things to talk about, but does it plant any question in your mind? We're talking about international law. What about precedent? What about who's next? If you are sitting in Panama, are you looking over your shoulder?
Well, when talking about Venezuela, I agree that we have to bear in mind that 8 million Venezuelans left the country. Most of them passed through Costa Rica. Costa Rica is a small country between Panama and Nicaragua. We had back in the 2023, 2024, up to 520,000 migrants crossing from Panama to Nicaragua through Costa Rica. 70% of them were from Venezuela. We made a poll among our population after Maduro's extraction, and 84% of the Costa Ricans approved that measure.
84% of Costa Ricans approved of the U.S. action.
The U.S. action.
Okay.
It demonstrates that what my predecessors were saying, that it had popular support even in our countries.
So let's go big picture, because I'm wondering what this intense focus by the most powerful country in the world means for your countries. Do you see risks? Do you see opportunities? This is the Don Road Doctrine, as we are told by President Trump. He is calling it. Start with opportunity.
Well, one opportunity is that we're finally focusing on Latin America. You know, we've had a lot of administrations that have either been focused on Europe, on the Middle East, on Asia, but there's never been like a strong focus on Latin America. And I don't necessarily want it to be this way, but hopefully the next administration or if there is a pivot, there is a true focus on trying to develop Latin America to help integrate more into a real Western hemisphere economy. There's a lot of great opportunities there. You know, I don't believe this is the route to do it. By stick is not going to do it. It's actually, I think, create ill will. Right now, you have a lot of elections happening in Latin America that are moving towards the right to electing governments that are actually pro-United States, and we like that. Countries that are also, leaders tend to be anti-China, we like that. But if we play a heavy hand like we have, you know, for the last 100 years in Latin America, you can have a total blowback, and we don't want that to happen.
Did you want to jump in?
Yes, well, for a long time, the U.S. didn't neglect the Latin America and was absent, and this vacuum was filled by other actors, maybe actors that weren't so, you know, market-friendly, nor believe in democracy either. So this is great news that the U.S. now is looking at Latin America. I think that is a huge opportunity because I'm not a specialist in security, but I'm an economist, and I always have this economy and institutional perspective. And when institutions fail, security also fails. So if we have institutions failing, we have less trade, we have less investment, and more poverty. And this is a ground for a lot of this organized crime and I mean things that we don't like. And so I think that and also that it spills in the whole hemisphere, affecting also the US. So I think that now we have a convergence of interests with the US, and that we can work together in order to cooperate and create these orders also. And Argentina is an example. What's going on in Argentina should be something to take into account. We signed a trade agreement and investment, but it's more than that. It's also security, it's also institutional capacity, it's also supply chains. And I think that this works for not only for Argentina, it works for the region. And I think that we should go with this cooperation, and it's better for the whole hemisphere.
Okay, so you're describing that it's positive. The U.S. is really paying attention to what's happening in Latin America and the broader hemisphere. There are downsides of the U.S. paying a lot of attention, and no one likes a bully. There have been many conversations I'm sure you all have been at this conference about Europe trying to figure out how do we stand up for our values, for what we as Europeans need. How do we rethink our relationship with the United States? Are those conversations happening in your countries?
There's a shift, of course, in points of interest between the previous administration and the current administration. For the current administration, we have identified three topics of interest: migration, organized crime and narco trafficking, and Chinese investment, mainly in security areas or critical infrastructure in our countries. In all of those, we do not have a problem with the US. Our policy, pre-existing the Trump administration, coincides with it. We are struggling against organized crime and narco trafficking. With the support of the US, we have installed scanners in all of our ports and are trying to sterilize our fruit exports from the contamination of drugs. On the front of migration, we have more Americans living in Costa Rica than Costa Ricans living in the US. The problem is inverse. And regarding Chinese investments, we took a position on the deployment of the 5G networks according to which providers must come from countries that belong to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. China does not belong to the convention, and thereby Huawei has been excluded as a provider. So we qualified in all those points of interest, and the cooperation is running well in our case. You have to take into consideration in our specific case that 60% of the tourists we receive are from the US, 50% of our exports go to the US, and 70% of foreign direct investment comes from the US.
You're saying you need the US.
So our economy is practically fully integrated with the US economy.
Foreign Minister Rangel, how are you thinking about this? Portugal, you have a foot in both these worlds. You're European, you're also in the Western Hemisphere. How are you hearing the conversations we're having at this conference about should any country be above the law, including the most powerful country in the world?
Well, let me say that Portugal is a founding member of NATO, is member of the European Union we joined the European Union 40 years ago, and we have the biggest maritime domain of Europe. And we are, as you said, in the far west of Europe, together with Iceland. So, for us, everything that is linked to Atlantic, and especially United States, is, I'd say, a decisive and fundamental act of our external policy. So this is quite clear. What I'd like to draw your attention to is that all this doctrine of the Western Hemisphere had an impact in Europe that today Europe was very reluctant to accept, but today everybody accepts, is that Europe has to be responsible for its own defense and has to invest adequately, properly, intensively in defense. Because the United States say we have to take care of the Pacific, we have to take care of American hemisphere or Western hemisphere, so you have to be responsible for your own defense. And this, that seems something that could be aggressive to Europe in a first perspective or first approach, today is seen by Europeans as a positive thing. There is a paradox in this approach that Europe is become more and more united because of this doctrine, because we have to take care of ourselves. So this would be a positive impact that I would like to stress, to underline, that probably was not foreseen when we speak about this doctrine and this geopolitical approach, but will be the consequence of it. Europe will take care of its own defense, and so it will take a new step in its own unity and integration. And Senator, this is a positive remark that I'd like to do.
It's not analogous, though. The European Union and Europe in general had years and years and years of intercontinental wars. South America hasn't actually had a massive war against each other since 1935. It was Bolivia versus Paraguay, right? It has, decades and decades now of, democracies passing from party to party, right? So our relationship with Latin America does not have to be one of a defensive posture. We have aligned interests, obviously, in terms of keeping China out in critical infrastructure, Huawei, a good example. Other critical infrastructure in terms of access to sky. I was talking about the telescopes down in Argentina. But because we don't have to necessarily have that intense defensive posture and relationship that we had with Europe, we need to actually look at our relationship with the Western Hemisphere from a different prism. And that prism is economic collaboration. And the best thing that can happen to the United States is that we need to have another entity, another region that is just as powerful as the European Union to help us really counterbalance the market that China gets to command. And going into the future, if we don't have a prosperous Latin America and a prosperous European Union and a prosperous United States, we're not going to be able to meet the demands of China. This is our opportunity to do that. And it pains me talking to the capital in the United States, our Wall Street guys, our private equity guys. They're more comfortable building in Chengdu, China than they are in Cali, Colombia. right? Yeah. 4 hours difference between 16 hours difference, all right? But in terms of what is in our best national interest as a country, our capital should be flowing where our interests are, and it's not. It's going to a country that is trying to rise against us.
Let's just stay with China for a second and how the rest of the world fits into this. And I'll direct this at our panelists from Argentina and Costa Rica, if I may. Is there room for both a very engaged, muscular US policy in the Western Hemisphere and for China? Because I don't see any sign of a rush to distance from China. China's business footprint is everywhere. Chinese cars are everywhere, if you go to Brazil, for example.
Well, yes, of course. I think there's a space for both. And I mean, countries relate to other countries, I think, in base of 3 pillars. The one is geopolitics and your neighbors. I mean, you have to have a good relationship with your neighbors and also with global powers. That's basics. And that's sort of stable. It doesn't change with time. Then you have the institutional and the values, no? So which countries it relates to has to do with values and which countries do you want to have institutional anchors. And this is with Western democracies. And it doesn't change over time either, no? So, and then you have a third dimension that is trade and investment. Well, that changed more frequently. As an example, China, 20 years ago, wasn't a relevant actor for Latin America or Argentina, and now it is. So, in these 3 levels, we need to engage. And we need to engage in order to have the benefits for Argentina and the Argentinians as well. And I think that we can set a clear line, like a pragmatic engagement with clear lines. And you say, okay, critical infrastructure, well, with rules, with clear rules, transparency. And so I think there are space for both, and also for the European Union. I mean, this new engagement of the US in Latin America led Europeans to make it easier to sign the agreement with Mercosur, European Union. And this is, good for Argentina, good for Europe, and good for also Western democracies, because we are doing this with values, and we are, the rule-based order that we lost, maybe we can recover with these kind of agreements.
Yeah. Do you want to weigh in, Mr. Foreign Minister?
Well, every country relates to all other countries as it deserves. As I explained to you, our economic interdependence is big with the US. China is not the main trading partner of my country, contrary to many others that have China as the main trading partner. So we will continue to relate, of course, with China in all other cooperation fields where there is no sense no sensitivity regarding the sectors.
I'm going to open it to the floor for questions in just a minute, but I have one more. This is a jump ball for any of you who care to weigh in. I hate asking the question, what happens next? Because the only honest answer is no one knows. No one can predict the future. But what happens next? Are we all going to be back at this conference on this stage doing a big panel on Cuba? Because that's what happened next.
Unfortunately, if Marco Rubio has his way, yes. There is a big political power that is based in South Florida of Cuban expats that have a decades-long obsession of regime change in Cuba. I hope again that that's not what we end up doing. I think again that would be a big blow to the rules-based order, and even some of the actions that are happening right now are distasteful. I think what happens next is if the next president hopefully has an actual focus on Latin America. Prior to 9/11, actually, George Bush Jr. was supposed to have this big pivot to Latin America, and then we ended up getting distracted by the Middle East, and then COVID, and everything else like that.
And I really hope to Asia, which we've currently moved on.
Exactly. So now, let's hope that focus is there, and Latin America itself and the Western Hemisphere itself is moving in that direction. We had a lot of issues with migration. that is going to end up taking care of itself, not just because of our security, border security, things of that nature. The birth rate of Latin America now is 1.8%. It's below replacement rate. And for example, when my family immigrated from Mexico on the Mexican side, on the Mexican side of my family, the birth rate of Mexico at that point was 7. 7 kids per kid. So that's why, especially all the men were leaving to go find work. So what's going to happen in Latin America as time goes on and their population is decreasing, they're going to have sufficient jobs for everybody. There's going to be less migration. That's a really good opportunity for us to build on that. We have a great opportunity to bring stability to the region. Combine our market power, invest in a region that's going to invest in us and stay with us. And we haven't learned the lessons from COVID, where we were desperately lost. We had so many products that were dependent on that cross-Pacific trade that we were searching. I was a member of Congress. I was literally calling up anywhere so I could find stuff because it was all from Asia. And we had this big conversation. We need to reshore, and we need to look south to reshore, and all of a sudden it just went away. We need to refocus on that again.
Okay, a lot to chew on there, but I want to let y'all get into the conversation. I'm going to award the first question to one of the Munich young leaders in the audience. If we can get a microphone, please, to Gonzalo Bañas-Villar, who is anchor and head of the international news desk at Todo Noticias.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to move to the following subject. Fortunately, in the Americas, we don't face a threat of a military direct confrontation between our countries. But what we do have is a really big problem with corruption and organized crime. In this context of where a lot of countries are moving to the right, how can we work together to develop stronger institutions, dialogue, or cooperation to fight against corruption and organized crime? Thank you.
Working together to build.
Well, at least for us, us rescinding some of our anti-corruption laws was a horrible mistake. And when the administration went in and did that, it sent signals out there to what we're willing to accept as a country. Number two, the fact that we can also now, there used to be a law on the books that if you're an American company, you cannot engage in bribery to get contracts. That's now off the books. So we're setting very bad standards. On the other hand, there are ways for us to work together, especially in terms of knowledge, technology transfers, access to technology. With the rise of AI and the digitization of the economy as well as just of everything, it's going to be easier actually to find corruption. And I think it's going to be great for specifically the press to actually be the first anchor in that, to expose it. But then you actually have to have institutions that are actually going to do something about that. For me, it's scary that we're actually setting a really horrible example. We have an administration that's one of the most corrupt administrations since the 1870s, where their sons and daughters are issuing crypto-backed money from different countries and foreign entities. So we're not the best example right now, but historically speaking, there are ways for us to work together. And technology plus institutions to do there, plus the laws, I think are going to be the key to that going forward. And we have the lawyers, the judges that can go down there and be helpful in getting our knowledge out to our friends in Latin America.
Yeah, I would like to add something, because I think that Argentina right now is an example in terms of what we are doing, in terms of reforms. We are doing a lot of deregulation, because when you have a lot of regulation, there's always a space also for corruption. And we used to have that in Argentina before. You need, for instance, specific permits to import or export, and then, of course, you have something that there is going to be bad, no? So, I mean, removing all these discretionary things, it's good. It's a good move, I think, and also signing all these treaties that we are now signing. I mean, a few days ago, we ratified the Mercosur-European Agreement in Congress, in the lower chamber. We are the first country to do that, and I'm so proud of that. In terms of that, I would like to say something. The other day, a Brazilian colleague told me, oh, the Argentinian guy, now the promoters of free trade. So that was sort of something different that is happening with Argentina. And I think that this these new agreements, rule of law, we are also entering OECD. I think these are things that help for corruption, I mean, to avoid corruption, and to also give back agency to people in Argentina and freedom for the people. I think it's very important.
The question that keeps coming through my mind, I hear comments about the rule of law and democracy and why that matters. And I'm struggling to square it with what we're witnessing with, for example, the US blowing up boats in the Caribbean. No one argues that no one would argue that cutting narco trafficking is a bad thing. However, there was no due process. It was a contradiction and in violation of international law. Do you wrestle with that?
Well, I don't, because I think the boat strikes are illegal. I think it is murder, what we're doing. We don't murder people in the United States. We don't execute people in the United States for drug dealing, but somehow we think it's okay because it's, you know, some poor people doing it off the coast of Venezuela or Colombia. So I don't have there's no struggle with me. It is illegal what we're doing, and it's wrong that you know, members of this administration somehow lie to themselves and say that it's somehow justifiable.
I mean, I imagine if Secretary Rubio were on the stage, he would defend this as that perfect wasn't on the table, that the U.S. should be fighting drug trafficking in the interest of helping Americans.
There's lots of ways. There's lots of ways to do that. There's lots of ways to do that. You have the Coast Guard. You could interdict. You know, by doing this type of you know, public execution, I mean, you really are setting it up for some other country to use the same excuse for whatever you know, that means to them. I mean, right now, if you look in China, China and the Philippines are fighting over boats in the middle of you know, the sea over there. They're going to come up with an excuse too to just start joining Filipino boats, right? If you guys look off the coast of South America, you have all the Chinese fishing boats right there. Once, you know, at some point, Ecuador, Peru is going to get mad about all the overfishing, and they're going to end up, you know, hitting each other. They're going to use the justification of what we just did in Venezuela to do that.
Questions? I see one here, and then we'll move over here. The gentleman with the red tie.
Hi there. I think it's turned on.
Is that blue tie?
Thank you. David Smolansky from Venezuela. I would like to add something very important that happened on January 3rd operation. It was the proof that how Cuba has been involved in my country for 27 years. 32 Cuban agents were killed on that operation. And since 1999 until 2025, probably Venezuela gave more money to Cuba than the Soviet Union. Only in oil is estimated that 63 billion were given in oil in exchange for such a sophisticated oppressive apparatus. So my question is, when you have a dictatorship in the case of Cuba with 67 years, the case of Venezuela, 27 years, people have tried everything, dialogues, negotiations, protests, elections. I've been there. I've been living in exile for 9 years. I was mayor and I was illegally removed. I worked with Maria Corina Machado. Cubans have tried also protests. There has been embargo. Obama tried to open relations with Cuba. So what options have the international system, the international community, when everything that has been tried doesn't work? And that is why I think 84% of people in Costa Rica or 95% of Venezuelans support what happened on January 3rd. So what options? What options?
For the United States.
What options? No, but it's for everyone, for Senator. Sorry, for everyone. So the question is not for you. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, and this is literally a question. It's not rhetoric. Is what options have the international community and multilateralism when a nation, the people tried everything?
You're saying what option was?
What and nothing is working. Thanks.
And look, I guarantee you what you're saying is correct. 84%, there's that. It wasn't popular in the United States, by the way, the attack. Number two, it was our soldiers that were put their lives at risk for, but I didn't want that. Like, we've been doing too much of this. We've been, you know, I lost too many friends in Iraq. We've lost too many friends in Afghanistan. And I'm sorry that Cuba was involved in Venezuela, and we've seen that happening. But that is the interest of the Venezuelans. It doesn't mean that we need to go and send our men and women to die for it. Everything, and by the way, I was actually very supportive of a lot of actions against Venezuela, in terms of sanctions, in terms of political sanctions, giving asylum, still giving asylum to Venezuelans, everything else like that. So we should look at a wide range of things. But if we start allowing the rule of law to be dictated how big your gun is, that gun is eventually going to be turned on us. And it'll be right now it's popular because it's Venezuela. What happens when it's Mexico? Are you going to be saying that when it's Mexico? There was just Colombia. I mean, now what's going to happen when it happens in Colombia? Everyone's going to start to change their tune. And the reason it started because we allowed the first originalism to happen, where we just said, hey, it was okay because we didn't like that guy.
But he's saying that they tried everything. So it's so, I mean...
So then why don't you guys do it?
Well, because, I mean, we are trying to fight with ourselves.
Why does the United States have to be the actual military force then instead, if it's so popular?
I mean, if we do not take that into account, I mean, we cannot reshape these institutions that are failing the people. So we need really to take into consideration that, because, I mean, they try everything, and we know that, and they report all the violations, everything. They won the elections. The election was stolen. So, and what about the multilateral order? They failed them. So we need to, I mean, to regain trust in multilateralism, we need to change that. Because if we think, oh, no, it's okay, we don't have to do anything, then these things happen. And I want a rule-based order, because we are probably going to be bullied, not going to be, we're smaller. So I think that we need that, but we need a system that works for the people. For him, it's not working for him.
That's no disagreement with that. Like, I think not just in Venezuela, but we entirely failed in the checks and balances to try to keep us out of war. But the fallback to that isn't in the eventually war then either.
Thank you. Great question. Thanks for sparking that. Right here.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Ricardo Della Coleta. I'm a journalist for Folha de São Paulo, it's a Brazilian newspaper. Senator Gallego, it seems to be a bipartisan objective to reduce China's influence in South America. There is a disagreement on how to reach that. I wanted to hear from you, what would be a credible and effective strategy for the United States to reach that objective, taking into consideration that when we speak about China and speaking about South America, because I know more of the reality, we don't speak only about trade. It's the major or second biggest trading partner of pretty much every country in the region. It invests heavily in infrastructure. It has ownership of strategic assets like rare earths. It just concluded a huge port in Peru. And one of the critics you might hear from different officials in South America is when negotiations are on the table with the Americans, the US just does not offer the same amount of investments and money that China puts on the table. So what would be your vision, your strategy that maybe in a future administration there would be bigger cooperation and countries in South America would be willing to cooperate with the US and push China away because they think it's in their best interest?
Look, if we want to play at the poker table, we have to bring the stakes. And we don't. But like, this is why I think the next president should have, on plan as fast as possible, the Marshall Plan for Latin America. So that way we don't have to compete against China. We are there to actually, help build that port. We also need to reorient our capital markets again. We may be the first country in the history of the world that actually ends up arming and financing our opponent, right? New York is going to be, the New York Wall Street money is going to end up causing potentially American dominance to wane because of their greed and how much they've invested in China. When you have perfect alignment with countries that are aligned to the United States, we have cultural connections that we could be doing in Latin America. So on the trade front, yes, increase trade, increase collaboration, investment. We don't invest as much as we can in terms of the cultural side of things too, right? We should have a lot more worker visas coming in from Latin America, legal worker visas, student visas, every type of visa that will actually connect us and binds us, not just at the the lowest level of workers, but even to the the policymakers, the journalists, everything else like that. It's what we did in the post-World War II world, and we know that that's a winning strategy. For some reason, we just look at Latin America and say, well, it worked in Europe, but I guess we can't do it here. I think that's what we have to do. We should do what we know works. And if we do that, you're going to have a hemisphere that's going to be rich, prosperous, aligned with the United States, and it's going to be, more importantly, we're going to be all aligned in against potentially a rising China.
Got it. Mr. Foreign Minister.
Yes, only to say that when we look at the competition that comes from the Pacific and especially from China, the only answer that could really replace this increasing role of Chinese economy in Latin America, but also in Europe, everywhere, is to have a network of free trade agreements. Like we have made now European Union and Mercosur, to use the Portuguese word for the market, and the same happens with the United States. That's where Europe really has a huge divergence with the Trump administration, is on protectionism. Because if you had a common market or something like that between the two banks of the Atlantic, and in this case I'd say South, Central, North America, European continent, and in the future the Western Africa, but that would take some time, then you have a preference space where you can compete with China or with emergent economies on the Pacific. So probably the answer is exactly the opposite, with less protectionism, with with free markets all around Americas, and also with the European Union. If we are able to do that, we'll have a clear competitive geography that can give to the Atlantic, again, preeminence, at least to balance Atlantic with the Pacific. I would like to have a market from the Antarctic Atlantic to the Arctic Atlantic.
Yeah.
That would be a dream. But when we are not able to have the dream, I'd say, coming true, we can do a lot of improvements. And to have a trade agreement between the United States and the different America markets with the European Union, this will be the best solution to say that we are reducing the aggression competition of other powers that are emerging now.
This has been a really fascinating exchange of views. It's a big hemisphere, so it's no surprise that there's a huge range of views. Thank you for a frank and feisty conversation. I see more hands. I'm sorry, we're out of time. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue at 6:30 with a panel discussion, 3 years of devastation, ending the war in Sudan. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue at 6:30 p.m. in the main conference hall with a panel discussion, 3 years of devastation, ending the war in Sudan. and gentlemen, please make your way into the main conference hall where we will continue with the program shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the main program in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the correspondent at Channel 4, Lindsay Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to this session on the devastating 3-year war in Sudan. And I'm very grateful to the Munich Security Conference for putting this on the main stage, because this is a war that really matters. I think you know some of the statistics: 14 million displaced, 30 million needing aid, 7 million facing famine. And this war is spreading. It is not stopping. Today, what I hope we're going to talk about is how to bring peace. Humanitarian aid is important, but we need to stop the war. This session is going to be in 2 parts. The second part will be the envoy of Donald Trump, President Trump, to this issue, and some foreign ministers. But first, let me welcome onto the stage Mr. Kamal Idris. Mr. Idris, will you come? Thank you. So, Mr. Idris was appointed last year by the Transitional Sovereignty Council of the Sudanese Armed Forces as Prime Minister. Now, not all the countries in the world recognize Mr. Idris as Prime Minister, but he is a very important person in any peace process that there may be. And so for that reason, we're very grateful to him for giving his time for the next 15 minutes in the first part of this session. So, Mr. Idris, there seem to be many different peace processes at the moment, and there is one which is called the Peace Roadmap, which I think has your name on, which you went to the UN with. I read a little bit of it. It seemed to involve the other side, the rapid support forces, surrendering completely. How's that going to work as a peace process?
Thank you very much indeed. Good evening, everybody.
I think you need a microphone. I think they're going to... Very loud, but you need a microphone for the broadcast. So, Mr. Idris, if you can use the microphone.
Before answering this important question, please allow me to establish 6 important points.
3 important points.
6.
There's no way that's going to happen.
Agree, but I will be very brief. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, Sudan is a historic country, is a historic nation and ancient civilization. You all know that. So I'm just stating the obvious. Second, I wish to commend and compliment the tripartite arrangements working for peace in Sudan. I underline tripartite arrangements, tripartite talks, tripartite peace initiative in Sudan, initiated by His Excellency President Donald Trump of the United States of America, His Excellency President El-Sisi of the Republic of Egypt, and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia. I thank these 3 international personalities for the positive talks in fostering peace in Sudan.
Which you have not agreed to. You have not agreed.
We have initiated, Ms. Moderator, our own Sudanese own peace initiative, which I presented before the Security Council of the General United Nations Security Council. This initiative presented by Sudan, this initiative creates complementarities and synergies with this tripartite initiative by the 3 leaders.
And it involves the other side surrendering all the territory they control and going into camps to be vetted. Is that right?
No, this is a global peace initiative.
But that's one of the...
It is a win-win. We are not saying...
How do they win?
I will tell you in a minute. And this initiative has been supported intensively and extensively, internally in Sudan, before the outside world. The majority of the Sudanese people, the overwhelming majority of my people supported this initiative. Then the United Nations, led by the Secretary General of the United Nations himself, the President of the African Union, the Secretary General of the League of Arab States, the Organization of the Great Lakes, the Organization of Islamic Conference, the World Muslim League, the World Council of Churches, and many others,
people.
internally and externally.
But what we need to know is how is this going to bring peace? Because I have read what this proposal is, and what I don't see is compromise. And I think that what we know is that you make peace with your enemy, not your friend. So there has to be some compromise. Where is the compromise in this proposal?
This initiative focuses important elements, the restoring the legislative legal authority in Sudan. One authority, one nation, one country, and the most important element is protection of civilians. We all sing this song, protection of civilians and the rule of law. Who contests this in this room?
So,
anyone contest civilian protection or the rule of law?
I think we can all agree with that. So how do you come to a ceasefire? Because the ceasefire, which the Quad, which is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt and the Americans, the Quad have come up with a peace proposal, and my understanding, and you can correct me, is that the Sudan Armed Forces have not agreed to that ceasefire. Is that correct?
There is no formal comment, and by the way, I would like to reiterate here, all proposals we have received from any party, we gave our reaction, whether this is positive, negative, or we have provided concrete comments. I underline, I see the tripartite arrangement. So far, we have been holding serious talks with these three countries, individually and collectively. I'm not commenting about the Quad.
So no ceasefire then?
Sorry?
No ceasefire agreed then?
There is no concrete agreement which we have received and agreed upon. And please remember, if you are under the impression that we have received from any country, any authority, a concrete proposal to which the Sudanese state, Sudanese government, or the Sudanese people, we have 40 million people in Sudan monitoring this minute by minute, second by second. This is our broader parliament. We have not yet agreed on anything. We do not have on the table of the government any concrete proposal.
But a humanitarian ceasefire is absolutely urgent, isn't it?
Ceasefire in itself is not an end.
But it is a beginning, and we haven't got to a beginning yet.
We are not here to say ceasefire. Ceasefire without complementing other arrangements of the so-called DDR, the doctrine of the DDR. Everybody knows what I mean by DDR.
Tell us.
Ceasefire as an end in itself is not a solution.
A ceasefire is a beginning, not an end.
There is no beginning, there is no an end. All these initiatives, all these steps must go hand in hand, concurrently.
But if you don't start somewhere...
And tomorrow we initiate war again.
But you have to start somewhere. And you start with a humanitarian ceasefire, and then all these other elements, which of course you're right, are tremendously important, follow. But if you don't start with a ceasefire, then the people are continuing to
not an end in itself. Please remember this. Can you tell me one single president in Sudan or in Africa where we have established truce as an end itself and it led to a successful outcome? Zero. Truce as an end in itself will never work unless it is coordinated and connected with other arrangements. DDR, relocation of the militias, and in our case, these are not militias, by the way. These are mercenaries, and some of you would have followed my statement, which I sent to the Prime Minister of Colombia. The majority of those fighters are mercenaries. I say it publicly, from Colombia, from Ukraine, from many other countries. These are not fighters.
And what about the United Arab Emirates? What is your position on talking to the United Arab Emirates?
United Arab Emirates have to come to an agreement to stop providing any assistance and weapons or support to those mercenaries. Once the United Arab Emirates did stop that, we can ourselves enter into serious talks, even with the United Arab Emirates. But under the circumstances, we have evidence beyond reasonable doubt, established by prestigious organizations, the United Nations system of organizations, prestigious universities in the United States of America, they did say that. It is not us. It is not Kamil Idris who said this.
What,
These are established reports.
Yes.
So it is up to the United Arab Emirates to defend themselves, stop this, and then we can enter into.
You have no idea how quickly time goes. I'm going to go to the audience for a couple of questions because soon they're going to clear us off the stage, you know.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Oh, maybe no.
Are you just giving me these few minutes?
Yeah, I am. I'm that mean.
Very serious
it's not
moderator.
me. It's the organisers. Listen, does anybody have a question? Otherwise, I can continue. Yes, the gentleman there. They're bringing you a microphone, sir.
Have you talked to the RSF?
Have you talked to the Rapid Support Forces, your enemy?
No. First of all, let me clarify. RSF was established by Sudanese law. RSF has been dissolved completely. That era of Can I finish, please? Do you want me to finish? Or
yeah, please go ahead. You're claiming that the RSF
does not exist anymore. The organization that exists is a combination of militias and mercenaries. The majority of the fighters are mercenaries, as I have just said a few seconds ago, from Colombia, from Ukraine, and from many other countries.
So who is there to make peace with then?
You see, these are established reports in the media and in the international media. It is not Sudan who's saying this. These are
who is there to make
reports,
peace with?
Evidence beyond reasonable doubt. You understand this term in law? Evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
So who is there to make peace with? If you are denying the existence of your enemy,
we are not denying. We are not denying the existence. We are saying the fighters now are mercenaries, prohibited, banned by international law. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to abide, listen to this very carefully, by the Charter of the United Nations and by the basic principles of international law. We cannot contradict ourselves. With whom does Sudan fight today? With mercenaries. Sudan is today, but tomorrow is many neighboring countries, the Horn of Africa, and this is a direct threat to the international peace and security.
I think we can all agree.
We're not saying we don't want to
agreeing that this war is a direct threat. Do I have one more question to Mr. Kamal Idris, not from his own delegation, but from somebody else?
This delegation, I think, is
banned. Gentleman over there.
Thank you. Philippe Bolopion, I'm the Executive Director of Human Rights Watch, and I'll have questions later as well. But I wanted to ask you, first, we fully recognize that the Rapid Support Forces have committed atrocious crimes, especially when they took over El Fasher, and we believe there is...
Can you make it quick, because I can
I will. There is also ample evidence of the UAE support for the Rapid Support Forces. But your forces as well have been accused of serious violations, including indiscriminate bombing. So what are you doing to keep that in check and to make sure that your troops are not
Let me clarify.
Violations?
These are not simple crimes. These are war crimes.
What, committed by the Sudan Armed Forces?
Crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity. Atrocities beyond the description of words, as established by various reports. So what SAF, the Sudanese army, was doing were in private self-defense. This is the army that is under the constitution. They are under obligation to defend Sudan and the Sudanese people. So it is not a traditional war where fighters were coming to attack you. These were the guardians of national institutions. They attacked these institutions, they destroyed the infrastructure, they killed people, displaced persons, raped women, killing the parents in front of their eyes. These are crimes beyond the description of words. And I would upgrade the word war crimes and crimes against humanity. This is a definition of a new type of crimes, and if I were to negotiate with the ICC, I would upgrade the level of crimes to a completely different level of crimes which is not yet described by humanity.
Mr. Idris, you know how quickly time has gone because you have spoken so much. And we are grateful
Sorry
to you
to be
for that.
talkative, but
Sorry
remember
to be
I'm
talkative. He was
defending
very
my people.
talkative. But
I'm
we are very
defending
grateful.
the person.
But we are very grateful to
Thank
you
you
for
so
your
much
time.
indeed.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Idris is going to hand me his microphone. He is going to exit the stage, so am I. They're going to pull on some more chairs, and then we're going to hear from some other people involved in Sudan. So don't move. There is more coming. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen, as we're preparing the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The session will continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The session will continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. The session will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue in just a moment. just a moment. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on the stage the correspondent at Channel 4, Lindsay Hilson.
Thank you. And please welcome the team. Please come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted that we have this very high-level panel here to talk about this subject, which is very dear to my heart. So we have here Reem Alibali Radovan. She's moving across. She's from the Federal German Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. Yvette Cooper is the British Foreign Secretary. Massad Boulos is President Trump's envoy to, I've got the Arab world, Middle East, and I think also Africa, just a small part of the world. And Mohammed Fateh Rahman, who is from Khartoum and from the Youth Alliance. Mr. Boulos, can we start with you, because you've been very involved in peace talks, particularly with the Quad, which we were talking about earlier, which is the US, Egypt, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. So can you just update us? Is it peace in our time? Can we be hopeful?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a great honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It's also an honor to be here with the distinguished panelists, including Secretary Cooper, with whom we're working very closely, and I'll update on that, and the Honorable Minister Radovan as well. And my dear friend Mohammed, thank you. Just by way of a quick update, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the Quad or any other country or organization, I'm speaking on behalf of the United States. We've done extensive work both with our Quad partners and many other partners, including the UK and many others, and we will list them as we go on. We've done extensive work. We've been in continuous contact with both parties to work on the Quad roadmap that we put out on September 12th. The roadmap starts with a humanitarian truce and ends with a political transition process. So on the humanitarian truce, we presented an initiative, we presented a strong text to the parties that addresses all aspects of this, let's call it temporary ceasefire or truce. We have also engaged in extensive consultations with both sides, and then we've reached, at some point, an understanding that it will be most useful to go through a UN mechanism. So we proceeded with that. We've been working with OCHA specifically, and with the UN Secretary General and his team to come up with a UN mechanism that will help implement and monitor this ceasefire or this humanitarian truce. And we've worked on it for weeks, and I can say that we announced that in Washington a few days ago, along with our partner, Tom Fletcher, that we do have a draft mechanism. It's going to be hopefully finalized very soon by the Secretary General's office, and we will be ready at that point in time, hopefully within days, to present the final draft to the parties and hopefully get their approval.
Can I interrupt you just 1 minute? Because I've just been speaking to Mr. Kamal Idris, who, as you know, was here representing the Sudan Armed Forces, one of the parties. He said there was no reason to have any kind of ceasefire or truce until you had everything arranged. And then he denied the existence of the Rapid Support Forces, which would be the other side, the enemy. He did not give the impression of a man who was about to sign on the dotted line.
Well, this was very interesting. I heard a bit of it as we were coming in. This was quite interesting. No, the realities and the facts on the ground are quite different. We all know that there are two parties to this conflict.
Yes.
We are, as mediators, we are not taking sides. We call them out whenever they cross any lines, and they've crossed some few. When the RSF committed atrocities in Al-Fashir and elsewhere, we even refer to it as genocide. Officially, yes. This is the US position. When the other side used chemical weapons, we've also called them out, and this is our US official position. So these are facts on the ground. Unfortunately, there are two parties. One may have committed much more than the other, but we have to work, as mediators, we have to work with both sides to get to an end, a peaceful end to this war. We all know that there's no military solution. This has to end peacefully through a negotiated process.
I think that most of us can agree that, you know, a negotiated process is what is necessary. I suppose what's concerning me is that I see the war spreading. I see these camps in Ethiopia for the RSF. I see a drone base in Egypt backing the SAF. I don't see the United Arab Emirates backing down on its support for the RSF. And then I've just had this very interesting conversation with Mr. Idris. So at the moment, I'm afraid I'm not feeling very hopeful.
Well, I would tend to agree with you if you see what's happening, especially in recent weeks. Of course, one would have some doubts. But what I can say on behalf of the United States is that President Trump is committed to resolving this war, and he has made this position very clear. He just spoke about it very recently, just a few days ago, once again, and he made his position very clear. He wants the suffering to end, the suffering of the Sudanese people.
But what leverage do you have with the parties or with their backers? I mean, you have a lot of leverage with the UAE. They're one of your closest partners.
We're working with our Quad partners, both the UAE and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Egypt as well. But like I said earlier, we're working with many others. And each of us can bring something to the table. When there's a collective effort, including, let's not forget also the quintet. They've done a good job. And this is not the only track. Of course, this is the most urgent, and President Trump has expressed it very clearly. The humanitarian crisis is the world's biggest humanitarian catastrophe. And this suffering must end. It must end very quickly. That's why we've been working with OCHA. We've been working with other organizations and the UN generally. In addition to other humanitarian organizations, we want the aid to get in.
Sure.
And as you said, we're very concerned about any sort of external support. The Quad has made this position very clear. We would like to see an end to this external support, and we've taken measures.
For the fact that the Quad are part of the external support. But let me just bring. I want to speak to you, Foreign Secretary, because I know you've just been in the region, and just very briefly, can you just tell us something about the sexual violence against women and girls? Because I think that that's another thing we can agree on, that this is one of the most appalling aspects of this crisis, and I think you saw some of this firsthand, didn't you?
Yes, thank you, Lindsay, and thank you to the organisers for holding this panel today, because look, Sudan is the worst humanitarian crisis of the 21st century. I have just, last week, was in Adre, the Chad-Sudan border. and talking to it. That's a camp of 140,000 Sudanese who have fled, and of those, 85% of them are women and children. And the reality is the stories that you hear are horrendous. Here speaking to one young woman who said to me, she said, most of the women I know, they had bad violence on the way here, but we don't want to talk about it because of the shame. I spoke to another woman who is running a support for victims of sexual violence. She's a Sudanese woman, a psychologist, trained psychologist, who's been providing some just support in the camp, and who said that she estimated the majority of women she thought had been subjected to sexual violence. I've spoken to another aid worker who said in the 20 years that she has worked in conflict and been used to dealing with issues around conflict and sexual violence, never had she seen it on this scale, where she felt in one of the camps she was working in, almost every woman had a story of having been raped along the way. And another Sudanese emergency room's response worker who told me that they had had 3 sisters arrive, all of whom had been raped on the way. The oldest was 13 and the youngest was 8.
Now, this is horrific.
This is a war on women's bodies that is taking place. And I think that the world has to start listening to the women of Sudan rather than the military men who are perpetuating this conflict.
I think we can agree with that. And I'm glad you agree with that. But let me put another question to you, because you, in the area where you were, the sexual violence will have been committed mainly by the RSF and associated militia. Now, they are backed by the United Arab Emirates. Britain still provides weapons to the United Arab Emirates, and some of those small arms have found their way onto the battlefield, which is very disturbing. What is Britain doing to try and pressure the United Arab Emirates to stop supporting the RSF?
So the 2 different issues there. So let me just briefly deal with the issues around arms flows and the UK controls, because we have very substantial controls. We ensure, in fact, when there were any allegations made, I insisted that all the licenses were reviewed, and 2,000 licenses were reviewed to ensure that there was no leakage, to ensure that there was nothing that any of those licenses was reaching Sudan, and to make sure that the allegations that had been made were unfounded. But if there are any further allegations, we would take the same approach and to review extensively to ensure that that must not happen. But come to the wider issue, because we have seen, obviously, the most horrendous atrocities reported around El Fasher as a result of the RSF attacks on El Fasher. And we are due, as a result of some of the work the UK and other countries have done, we are due to get the report back for the UN fact-finding mission into what has happened in El Fasher to the UN before the end of February, because it is right that we hold people to account for those horrendous atrocities. We have also seen extremely disturbing reports, including around sexual violence, including, as Mossad said, around the use of chemical weapons. And we have had from both sides as well, and some of the SAF issues we have seen with the restrictions on humanitarian aid. And this is a time where Sudan is facing the reports of around 8 million people facing famine. That is the equivalent of the entire population of London, of our capital city. If you come to London, that could be everything.
But what I'm asking you about very specifically, and then I'm going to come on to you as well, is about leverage, again, what leverage does Britain have on the UAE? Because the UAE is supporting the RSF. I know they deny it, but there is plenty of evidence. And it seems to me that Britain has a very close relationship with the UAE. So what I'm asking is, what are you doing to pressure them?
So we raise all of these issues with the UAE, with Saudi, with Egypt, all of the members of the Quad who are working with Mossad and continue to do so. And we also believe that this needs to be wider than the Quad. So I've raised this with the African Union, with all of the neighbouring states, with foreign ministers from all of the neighbouring states of Sudan. Our assessment is there's probably more than a dozen countries who are in some way involved in arms flows, maybe through funding, maybe through manufacture, maybe through transit, maybe through training, in different ways. And like you, I am concerned of evidence that some of those arms flows may be escalating rather than reducing. However, a huge amount of work has been done on what a ceasefire might look like. And that's why I think it's urgent now that there is that international engagement and pressure on all of the parties together, both to prevent arms flows, because at the moment, the reason that those two military sides think there is a military solution when there isn't is because they can still get the access to arms flows, but where we also need the huge amount of pressure. I think we need the same kind of energy and focus and spotlight on Sudan that we had on Gaza through the summer and in the build-up to the ceasefire in Gaza last year.
So let me come to your German counterpart. Tell us what leverage Germany has got. You've talked about 12 countries. I mean, the main ones I think we know about, which are supporting one side or the other, are Saudi, Egypt, the UAE, Turkey. What can Germany do? What is Germany doing?
I mean, it's very clear, we are very clear on that also in the European Union and as German government, that all parties involved need to step up and need to end this man-made human catastrophe. It's not a natural disaster, it's all man-made, and man should stop this catastrophe. And I think what we heard from Mr. Boulos and the Quad Initiative, we support the efforts, but it's clear we can't wait. This cannot go on forever and forever. We need to pressure all parties involved. And we are, at the same time, we are facing this humanitarian catastrophe, the biggest crisis we're facing, as Ms. Cooper just said. So I am also worried not only about a long-lasting ceasefire that we need, I'm worried about the humanitarian situation. Sure. We have 10 to 15 million refugees fleeing within or from Sudan, yes. And we are facing public budget cuts everywhere. And this is why it was important to me also that we speak about Sudan at the MSC. And we will host, and we are very honored to host the conference on Sudan on behalf of the third year anniversary in Berlin on April 15 with the UK, with the United States, with the EU, with France and the African Union. And I'm glad that we have a young voice here from civil society.
We're just going to come to.
Because what Germany is keen on, and that's why we support also the Quad Initiative, is that at the end of the day, a civil-led government has to take up the lead. It's clear neither parties involved can have a political future in Sudan with all the atrocities committed, with all the war crimes committed. So this is why we're supporting also the civil-led movement, which will be also part of the conference in Berlin.
I think this is the moment to turn to Mohammed from the Youth Alliance. Has anything that you've heard on this stage given you any hope? How does it look to you?
Actually, speaking as a Sudanese youth, when I enter the hall itself, I feel very desperate that Sudan itself is being on the sideline of the conference. There is no attention. There is no even people on the ground, like listening. And I think we reached to a point that we need to stop talking. We need to act. I mean, for the European Unions, for the US and everyone involved. I was been in Sudan. I am still in Sudan for the 3 years of war. And since the war started, we have been in the home when the RSF come and kick us out. We've seen the atrocities of the RSF itself on the ground, and the main supply within the country itself. And just to pick up on what Mr. Bose said, the last November, the Mr. Secretary Roberts said, we need to end this. We need to stop supply, to cut off the weapon from the RSF. Yet we still see that the RSF is supplying through the country, within the neighboring countries, and also all over the region that we have. And I think this needs to be stopped. This needs to be stopped based on the documented reports that we have, based on the evidence in which I am and everyone in Sudan has witnessed as a first-hand experiences on the ground. And we need to stop talking. Really, we need to stop talking. We will not wait. We as Sudanese will not wait because we have suffered a lot. We have suffered a lot.
So can I ask you a question? What do you have Mr. Boulos here next to you. He is the person who is convening all of these different parties to try and come to some kind of peace deal. What is your advice to him? It's not an easy job he's got.
Yeah, I know it's not an easy job, but what, like always said, that repeat the same solutions. We don't need half solutions for our problems because it will keep repeating its cycle. We need like a long term. If you are talking about ceasefire, we need like a guarantee for the ceasefire itself. Because all over the country, we have the ceasefires going on. In each spot, we have violation of the ceasefire itself. So we need to have a concrete action on the ceasefire itself, how it will be implemented, how it will be controlled, and how it will be guided throughout the way. And on I just also want to comment on the humanitarian side.
Please.
We have seen and convened a lot of conferences on Sudan. We have seen a lot of pledge made on, but nothing is delivered on the ground. I have been in Sudan, I was in Khartoum, and we have shortcut funding from everything, from basic life necessity. And I think who's make the pledge need to be committed to that pledge. Otherwise, we are, as I said first, we just keep talking and there is no action.
I think that's a very good point. Can I, at this point, just commend, many of you will be very aware of the emergency response rooms, which is the Sudanese initiative. Sudanese who have looked after Sudanese when the international community turned its back. And I think that they are the people we should congratulate more than almost anybody else on the humanitarian front. But Mr. Boulos, I have to get back to you and maybe the challenge which Mohammed brings, that there's enough talking. Because I understand that you bring together all these different parties, but it seems to me that this is the time, it's the time to get nasty, isn't it? Isn't it the time to put real leverage on the countries that are arming these factions? And the US has more leverage. President Trump has more power than anyone else. Come on, you can do it, can't you?
I agree with you. We've been quite patient and we've been quite accommodating. We wanted to make sure it's a successful process.
Yeah.
We've been engaging with both sides and all the relevant actors. However, too much time has gone by and it's about time to act. In fact, next week at the UN with the Honorable Secretary Cooper, we're going to have some serious talk and action. There will be some action. We'll start seeing that very soon.
It's the pressure, because I think that's what's bothering me, that when I talked to Mr. Idris earlier, I don't feel that that's a man under pressure to make a ceasefire. He's going to make 6 points before he lets me ask him a question. What is the pressure you're putting on him? What is the pressure you're putting on Hemeti? What is the pressure you're putting on Abu Dhabi to stop taking the gold which is coming out of Sudan at $5,000 an ounce?
Yes. Yeah. Regarding the external support, our position is very clear, not just us, but all our partners within the Quad and all the other partners. We are totally against any sort of external support that we're seeing, and we're seeing it coming from all sorts of different sources, different supply routes, and to both parties. We're seeing it come to both sides, and this is totally counterproductive, absolutely, to the mechanism and to the process that we're putting in place. So we were waiting to put a full and comprehensive mechanism in place, but it's not just about the ceasefire. It's about the entire peace plan. We have a complete vision. Again, not just at the Quad level, but beyond. We have a complete vision, and the single most important aspect beyond the humanitarian aspect, of course, which is the top priority. And by the way, here, the United States has contributed $2.5 billion since the beginning of this war, just towards humanitarian aid and support, and we remain the single biggest contributor to date on that. Beyond this top priority, we have a comprehensive peace plan that we've proposed, and we're going to work.
But I'm still not understanding how, I mean, I've looked at some of the principles of your peace plan. It hasn't been published yet, but, I've looked at it. It looks great. but I don't see what is going to make either the parties or those supporting the parties agree to it. They want to keep fighting.
You know, the single most important aspect of this is the political track.
Yes.
And this is going to be Sudanese. I really appreciate what Mohammed said, because we're listening to them. We're talking to so many groups on a daily basis, and we're listening to them. This is going to have to be a Sudanese-led process. And I want to thank the Quintet and all the other partners, the UK and Norway and others that have been contributing to this and that are prepared to host this and work more with the civil society, which is quite vibrant in Sudan, as we all know. So this is going to be a Sudanese solution. We're not going to come here and impose anything. We can probably come up with mechanisms that will help them. We can come up with probably a UN Security Council resolution that will give the legal cover and the umbrella for this work. But it's going to have to be a Sudanese solution. It's going to be a comprehensive national dialogue and leading to a civilian-led government. That's the ultimate goal. I think the Sudanese people are fed up.
Certainly are.
And we've been, like I said, we've been in touch with quite a few groups. They're fed up. They want this to end very, very quickly. Unfortunately, what we heard earlier is not a message of peace. I mean, we've been listening to this rhetoric, which is about the military solution, and we are totally against that. So let's keep some hope. Let's look forward to the coming weeks. I think we're getting closer. Let's look forward to that and then take it from there.
We are running out of time, but I want to give Mohammed the last word. So, Mohammed, can we just pass the microphone to you? If you want the people in this room, the people who are watching, what's the one thing you want them to take away from this session about your country, and what's the tragedy in your country?
I think Sudan is no longer accepting empathy in a way that we are desperate, we are suffering. We just need to develop, we need to recover, we need to move on, because it's been like three years of suffering, 3 years of war, and we really need an end to it. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to this session. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to the Munich Security Conference for putting Sudan on the main stage, because that is where it needs to be in international relations. And I would also say, slightly sentimentally, because I've been going there for 40 years, in all of our hearts. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue after dinners at 10 p.m. with a nightclub session in the public square, titled The West-West Divide, What Remains of Common Values. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue at 10 p.m. in the public square. Thank you, enjoy your dinners, and see you later.